Let's Southbound side of 57 is a genuine parking lot place out of damn parking lots as far back as the 60. And the northbound side of 57, not looking any better for a drive from the 91. Their best alternative is to head a little bit further westbound on the 60 or the 91 to Harbor Boulevard coming into 91 or Bluetooth Road coming into 60. That'll help you take you up and over hill to the highway and get you back to the other side of either the SAP Valley or into Archtown, whichever is that can help you get where you're headed this morning. Can't find this guy who's Mr. Faster. I didn't follow your key.
Jim was at the laundromat when he heard this year said, Marcus of the Lord, but his little son, hey, precious September, following his nose, Jim found a man from Gate 7 into the washer. His son, precious, Jim ordered, sir, your San Baracas smell amazing. You could call them San Baracas, but most places call them Gate 7. Try Gate 7. Way fresher than detergent alone.
Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Got a minute today. Is anyone seen the right?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky and then we lost track of time.
Oh, Lucky Land Casino. Cash price quicker than it gets registered.
In that case, I pronounce lucky.
For free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
In this week's Marketers Report, Angela Cepeda, CFO Hyundai Motor America, talks about audio storytelling.
People scratch their heads and say, why would you put your brand on a channel that doesn't show the sheet metal? But for us, it's about storytelling. That's driving a lot of brand awareness, but we can also drive a lot of intent.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the influencers, audiences, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. Fire up your TV on. It's time for your TV to rock.
On Monday, you know what Don't miss out. See it first at 8, 7 Central on Fox and streaming on the iHeartRadio app. Also on Monday the 1st, the football drama All-American kicks off in season 6 at 8, 7 Central on the CW. Tuesday night the 2nd, George Lopez's sitcom Lopez vs. Lopez returns for a second season with back-to-back episodes starting at 8, 7 Central on NBC. Wednesday the 3rd, Jared Padalecki is back on the case in the 4th season of Walker, followed by the stateside debut of the Canadian crime drama Sight Unseen. The pair begins at 8, 7 Central on the CW. On Friday the 5th, Julianne Moore and Nicholas Galitzine star in the much-anticipated British historical drama Mary and George, based on the book The King's Assassin, and premiering at 9, 8 Central on Stars. Sunday the 7th, Kelsey Ballerini hosts the annual CMT Music Awards, where fans vote on their favorite country videos and TV performances. See it starting at 8, 7 Central on CBS. Also on Sunday the 7th, the sci-fi psychological thriller Beacon 23, starring Lena Headey and Stephon James, returns for a second season at 9, 8 Central on MGM+. I'm Lex Homan, and that's your TV tip-off on iHeartRadio.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Lester didn't tell out of prison or scale a stone wall. On December 4th, 1973, he and his 7 inmates were granted permission to walk outside prison walls. His handcuffs were taken off. He changed his body and he and 3 others were driven to a remote room. They were told they could walk in the stores and were asked to return to the designated place. Hours later, all the inmates came back, except Lester Eubanks, and hasn't been seen since. There were many years where I've seen them Homer was not looking for Lester. But recently, his whereabouts have become the focus of the U.S. Marshal Service, with federal agents who track fugitives. The case is tested pressures.
Doesn't matter what you want. Everybody checks it.
It is being urged on by those who heard the post at Lester's I'm Sunny Austin, ABC News. Over the past year, a team from the ABC News investigative unit joined the search for Lester Eubanks. They uncovered claims, possible sightings, and in every journal found resistance from those who want Lester Eubanks to be forgotten. What they uncovered is a case that's about more. It's about family loyalty, life on the run, and first and look how U.S. Marshals are trying to solve one of the oldest fugitive cases in history. Now, they may be closer than ever. ABC News. Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? I've seen this man.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
There's many different languages. The cover ticked off. The Japanese sounds like that. Maybe Italian. Ding dong. That's a good one. Ding dong. The ding dong. The Tim Connelly Jr. Show. Ding dong. Ding dong. That's great. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Join Shannon KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Next hour. Story that first fatal mountain lion attack in California in 20 years. Guys were out looking for amber horns. No, antlers. Antler horns. They, I guess, they bargained for it, but 18-year-old, 21-year-old brothers were out there. The 21-year-old was killed by this bill.
Sometimes nature fights back, doesn't it?
Yeah. Sometimes nature will sneak up on you.
Sometimes nature shows up on your deck and it has built a nest in your barbecue.
No. Is that what really happened?
Yes.
Oh.
So the nest was discovered in the grill. And
Could you imagine if you had opened that thing and
it seemed
possibly staring at you?
Holy hell. I thought it was like a rat or something that had made this nest, cleared it out, and then in comes the possum looking for its house. Its house is gone.
So
I felt kind of bad.
You an encampment cleanup.
Yeah.
While he was out scoring some drugs
Some
and then when he
fentanyl.
came back.
Yeah.
He's high AF. He's just looking for a place to lay his head.
That's super bad.
Monday's Powerball jackpot, that's today, $800 million. Nobody hit all 6 numbers from Saturday night. Winning ticket worth 2.4 was actually bought at a 7-Eleven in Sun Valley. And then tomorrow's Mega Millions jackpot is up to $1.1 billion. There has not been a Mega Millions jackpot winner since December of last year. Chevron Station in Encino.
Social media and smartphones are killing our children. There's a new book called The Anxious Generation, How the Great Rewiring of Childhood is Causing an Epidemic of Mental Illness. And I know that we talked about this before, and we're going to talk about it in the future, because I think it should still be talked. I think it should be continually talked about what these things are doing to our mental well-being.
Well, because I think too many people make silly excuses about, well, I want my kids to be, I want to be able to keep in contact with my kids, or I want to be able to hear in the event that there's a school shooting. Your kid is more likely to be involved in a car crash on the way to or from school than they are in a school shooting. And the mentality of it, I don't claim superiority on this, because I think one of the greatest mistakes, my wife and I talk about this all the time, one of the greatest mistakes I think we did for our kids, to our kids, was give them smartphones.
I have a girlfriend who has kids, there's some apps on your phone you don't know you should have. And he just matter-of-factly names one that is probably the biggest purveyor of skin that you can think of. And I will not give it a name, but the fact that he just said this matter-of-fact, not even that it was a big deal. Not even like it should be something that should. Yes. And I said to my husband, if I had kids, they would be living in Nazi Germany. They would have no freedoms. They would have complete order and no privacy, and it would be hell. And because I'm terrified of all the stuff that's available to those young eyes on these things. What does that do to you long term?
Well, listen, Jonathan Haidt, again, the question from Politico was, how do we know that the rise of smartphones has caused more mental health among young people as opposed to just being correlated? And he says, well, in addition to correlational evidence, very consistent, there are longitudinal studies that allow us to infer causality. He says, he and a colleague have been collecting all the studies they can find, where they have a review called Social Media and Mental Health. What we have is 34 studies that suggest a causal effect, 21 studies that show no effect. But here's the thing, the studies that show no effect, they take measurements a day or a week apart. When we look at longitudinal studies that use a month or more, the great majority of those studies do find an effect. As an example, my kids loved to read. They plowed through books. Like my son immediately taught himself to read and loved it. Wouldn't get enough of it, but would plow through books in a day or two. And then my daughter saw that as a challenge. She wanted to learn to read, so she did it. And they were voracious readers. We'd go to the library, stacks of books that would be checked out. A week later, they were all read, and they didn't go back. Enter a smartphone. They both dropped reading like it was they couldn't be bothered to read something.
Those are developing minds. Those are developing brains. You'll notice it with your own fully developed brain, should you have one. Because I notice it when I pick up a book and I'm reading a book, and then my phone's right next to me, and I'll pick that up. Because a news alert will come through, and it's for work. And I start reading that, and then I get distracted by something else, and I'm completely distracted from the book I was reading, like I'm a child. My brain is fully, or should be fully developed at this stage. And if that's how easy it is for me, how easy is it for the kids whose minds are developing on these smartphones?
I will say this, both my kids have gone back to reading to a degree because I think they find some solace in it. But still, I mean, we talked last week about the child.
A side note, my kids are not complete monsters.
Yes, they have tried to rewire themselves a little bit. Jonathan Haidt says TikTok is arguably the worst consumer product ever invented.
Yeah.
No, and throw into that suicide machines, tobacco, all of these things that are bad for us. He said this is arguably the worst.
Yes, because it's the companies that are built on addictions, whether it's tobacco, turning to processed food, or what have you. The brightest minds are trying to get you addicted to these products, and they're succeeding. And then the depression sets in. It's not going to be high like you used to.
Jim was chasing
Between 1996 and 2001, Neil was cleared and in her last year playing in 2001.
Go do some cardio. Look at your dopamine.
She led Notre Dame to their first ever NCAA championship. She went to Notre Dame for about 5 years.
Show me the time, build speed. We'll talk about this science of issues surrounding showing
In 2015, she promoted to associate head coach. This was like a key of Notre Dame's growth. They were anxious to continue her year. In 2018, now they won again. And
for April 15th. Trump's voters had asked to postpone the original date after last week. Prosecutors say only a handful of the documents are relevant to the case. The judge told defense lawyers they should have acted sooner if they didn't have all the records they thought they were entitled to. Hash money case against payment date challenged Stormy Daniels during Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. The individual has illegally sheltered herself with deputies down in the city of industry.
Roanoke Sheriff Station Robert Rothschild allegedly went for the gun of one of the deputies who answered. The sheriff's attorney Spencer says deputies struck him with the gun and ended up shooting herself last week. The deputies are okay. All deputies responded to before the shootings. Controlling KFIs.
A 21-year-old has been killed by a mountain lion in a forest area outside Sacramento. The man's 18-year-old brother was injured in the attack Saturday. Sheriff's officials say the men had gone into the forest to look for deer antlers. They say the younger man was separated from his brother during the attack and suffered traumatic injuries to his face. He's already had several surgeries. The Department of Fish and Wildlife and an El Dorado County trapper shot and killed a mountain lion. 4 men have been charged in Russia in connection with the mass shooting at a concert hall in Moscow, where more than 130 people were killed. The men are citizens of Tajikistan. ABC's Derek Dennis says all 4 are charged with terrorism.
All except the operatives of the terror group ISIS-K. Analysts say ISIS-K has grown stronger after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021.
Russian President Putin has tried to tie Ukraine to the attack. He says it was not involved. Chick-fil-A is reversing its decision not to use antibiotics for its chickens.
Almost a decade ago, Chick-fil-A made a promise of no antibiotics ever with the chickens used in its sandwiches. Now, saying those chickens were too hard to come by, it switched to a less strict standard, one known as no antibiotics in food to human medicine.
ABC's Sherry Preston says Chick-fil-A will use antibiotics starting this spring intended for animals to treat sick chickens. The company says it doesn't use fillers, artificial preservatives, or hormones in its chicken. Southland weather from KFI, sunny, little windy at times, highs in the mid-60s at beaches, upper 60s for metro LA and in Orange County, mid-upper 60s in the valleys and Inland Empire, 50s to about 60 for the Antelope Valley with gusty winds up to about 50 miles per hour. Mostly sunny again tomorrow. Clouds rolling through, highs in the 60s to about 70. And partly cloudy skies through the rest of the week with highs in the 60s to about 70. Rain is expected again late Friday and into the weekend. It's 55 in Brea, 57 Lake Forest, 60 in Marina Del Rey, 53 in Burbank. The KFI Market Report brought to you by Quantum ePay. The Dow is trading down 134 points. The Nasdaq is down 16. S&P 500 is down 10.
Brought to you by Quantum ePay. Merchants who make the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just add £2.50 on your salad. Say keyword Quantum.
Crash and liquid slowing you down on the 105.
From Imperial Peninsula is actually updating the map overall west about 105. From before Lakewood Boulevard and seeing a few delays and on the eastbound side of 105, just make way toward Long Beach Boulevard. Got an update on this issue. Anything else slowing you down? Now to 50 yourself on keyword ESK by traffic back to 57. Been an absolute disaster all going along to the Brea area, north and southbound. There's definitely certain case. Southbound side, all lanes are shut down from Imperial Highway to York Boulevard. Northbound side of 57 before your Imperial Highway is where the carpool and 2 left lanes are off limits. So the northbound 57 is going to be best for you coming away from the 91. Also adding to delays on the 91 westbound coming out of the San Diego Canyon. On the southbound side of 57, you'll see delays as you're leading Pathfinder coming through the Grand Canyon. And you'll definitely want to plan ahead for Harbor Boulevard off the 91 or Village Road on the 60 to go up and around or speed with you the high run to get to the other side. KFI in this guy helps you step faster. I'm in calling occasion.
Catch the Los Angeles Dodgers all season. Stream over 140 live LA Dodger games on all your devices on us. Tons of hits, movies, memorable moments, and more. It's a real home run. Live Dodger games. That's a $149 value now included with Spectrum One. Go to spectrum.com/Dodgers for full details. Offer subject to change. Subject to national exclusivities. Major League Baseball trademarks. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is
is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
The weirdest part about this is
They gave that credit union as well.
I'm going to stop bringing my bills in. Is the explanation appeared to be more muddled than it needed to be. This is not the greatest example. I've talked about the Kate Middleton thing. I don't understand people's fascination with it, but it seemed like the royal family had an opportunity to just come out and talk about it, whether it's the public's business or not. They could have solved a lot of problems by just coming out and saying, here's what happened, and this is why we're asking for privacy. Now, the Dodgers, are probably the cleanest in all of this because it doesn't appear that the Dodgers knew anything was going on. Maybe the Angels should be on the hook for some of this blame, for some of the trouble, because how do you have a guy like this? I mean, Shohei Ohtani, just because of the spotlight, arguably 100 years.
And a crossover star at that. People that don't watch baseball know who he is.
So how does this go on and nobody in the organization know that it's happening? And even if it's not within the organization, the people that are closest to Shohei Ohtani, the people that work with him, his management, his agents, things like that.
Today you're going to hear probably the Dodgers say, we don't even know who this guy was. He lied to us. He lied to you. He lied to Shohei Ohtani. He says he went to Riverside. He did not. He said he worked for the Cubs or whatever.
The Red Sox.
The Red Sox. He did not. So that's probably what we'll hear. It's just weird because when you see footage of Shohei and this guy, they look like close friends.
Yeah.
Not somebody that would be stealing from you.
They first worked together. They're back in 2013 when Mizuhara served as a translator for the Nippon Ham Fighters, which was Ohtani's team with Japan's professional baseball league. And Ohtani joined the Angels in 2018 and asked his buddy to join him. They've become friends. So he joined him as a translator as rookie season. And if you were a fan of Shohei Ohtani, this guy was in 95% of the pictures that Shohei Ohtani was in, unless he was at bat or something like that, because he was the interpreter. He was his right-hand man. They said, according to ESPN, the $4.5 million that was withdrawn from Shohei Ohtani's bank accounts was done via wire transfer, but it's still unclear who initiated those wire transfers. Ohtani's attorneys haven't detailed how they believe this was going on, which of course has fueled the questions about whether or not Shohei may have had more knowledge about it than this was being implied in some of the reports. So again, today Shohei Ohtani is expected to address questions before the game. We know that the Dodgers are hosting the Angels again tonight as part of the three-way series.
replace furniture from the 91. The easiest alternate that will help get you out and over the hill as you're making it through the Harbor Road and the Fulton area is off the 91. Hop off at Harbor Boulevard and go northbound, or if you're heading along the 60, hop off at Fulton Road and head southbound to get toward Orange County. Can't find the Skyhouse gets there faster. I'm in volume here.
It's for college hoops fans. It's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART.
As much. Hey, just a moment. I'll get my phone. I'll be there in 1 moment.
Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility of the restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook at DraftKings.com/people. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Coming up, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dixit. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dixit can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dixit. Visit Dixit.com or call 1-844-DIXIT.
As much. I'm coming, baby. As much. I'm coming, baby. As much. I'm coming.
It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Artesian, you'll receive a free classic collection variety.
Bingo, bingo, bongo. Okay, so you will have the opportunity. Do you have a desktop computer? Excellent. Do you have Telegram desktop downloaded for it? Can you? Excellent. Here's what I want to do before you do it. I have to ask you if I can do this. So, well, here's the thing. I wish I could. There is a glitch. Okay, so Telegram is supposed to allow creators and admins to be able to stream within the TG, within the VC, from their computers using what's called an RTMPP. However, there's a glitch that while Telegram has advertised that creators and admins can do it, only creators can do it. So I tested it last night with my own channel that I created, and it's a really nice system. So what am I trying to do? Basically, there's a way to get a live feed into me whenever you want that's really consistent and clear. And it's, but I need the, what's called the RTMP key from the channel, and the only way to get it is through Telegram desktop. So if this is something in which you're interested, which is just having Rabbi in the TG all the time consistently, which I do my best to do anyway, but this would be perhaps even from multiple angles and things, you would want to download Telegram desktop, and then once it's downloaded, I can walk you through the steps. You're the man, Asmund. How was your day? Excellent. I'm going to light up your TG. I'm going to have so many cameras in there. You're going to be like, oh my God, this is unreal. Oh, perfect. Wow. Really nice. We're going to make it like Rabbi vision. It's gonna be beautiful. Absolutely. How are you? You said you're well? I'm well. Thank you. Hey, okay, so I have to say something. I wasn't involved in this, but last night I think you were in a TG, and I want you to know that basically um, Apollo didn't want you to think that he's mad at you by any means, and I hope you're not mad at him. I hope all is good. And the point was made, and he really felt bad. He was like, "Man, I hope he's not mad at me," and he's like, he's just so I told him like I'm sure Asmach isn't at all that serious about it, so I wouldn't worry about it. She's like, all right, well, and he even told me, if you see him, please tell him that he's invited back and that we would love to talk to him, and he can talk about sexual stuff as much as he wants in here. It's just, I don't want to, if possible, post it in the chat because I have people who aren't aware of what we're referencing and they might take offense to it. I don't have to sit there and babysit it. But he said, I will absolutely, you can talk about it all he wants. I hope he's not mad at me. I just wanted to get that point across. So he said, if you would you please just communicate that to him? And I said, yeah, absolutely. And I said, he's a really easygoing guy. And I'm sure he was just playing around, and which I'm sure you were. And, you know, you made your point, you made his point, and perfect. Absolutely. So if you've never used Telegram Desktop, it does have some features that Telegram Mobile does not have if you're ever interested. Of course, you can do screen share on Telegram Mobile, but there are features of screen sharing on Telegram Desktop are enhanced. And really the big one is this RTMP key. So to give you an idea of why these RTMP keys are important to me, there's RTMP, yeah. What does that stand for? It stands for like real-time messaging protocol, something like that. I want to make sure I get this right. RTMP, and it's like apparently it's yeah, it is. It's this older kind of technology, but I use it and it's amazing to me. Oh, you downloaded it. Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm looking at your screen. Just one moment, it should come up. Okay, wonderful. In the Bitcoin Ask Vision, in the upper right corner, you're gonna see. Let's see here. I see the join. Okay. Let's see here. We're looking for a button. Keep going to the right below the join button. Is there another button below the join button in the upper right corner? Can you move the camera to the right a little bit? I think no, okay. So here's the kind of button that I'm looking for, and if you don't see it, that's okay. We'll figure it out. In mine, it looks like this. Okay. Just one moment. Let's see if I can put it. Okay. There's a button. Okay, so you see the call button, and then there is a like little chat button. Do you see that chat button? Sure. I know it's not. That's weird. Okay, so it's weird that you don't have that function. Now, you're of course using the creator account. You created this channel, right? Interesting. All right, and you don't see, there are a bunch of buttons that you don't have up there. You don't have, let's just for your own sake, so you know what it is. And again, I appreciate you doing this so much. Okay, you don't have the search, you don't have the discussion, you don't have the, why don't we do this? Can you maybe make it you have it in full screen? Yeah, you have it in full screen. Very interesting. Um,
The mission is our journalism exposes wrongs, bringing them to the attention of officials that can take action. We give visibility to proposals and critiques from the criminal justice system.
all right, yes, you do. And that still doesn't show up, right? All right, let me see if it shows up on mine when I go to Bitcoin Ask Vision in from my PC, because of all those things for Bitcoin for Telegram to have all the features. This is just an interesting one that they advertise that isn't necessarily working correctly. Bitcoin Ask Vision. I'm searching, and searching, and searching, and searching, and searching. I don't know how these. Okay, here we go. So interesting. I have it. Very, very interesting. Okay, so here's what it looks like. So in the upper right corner, I get the hang up button, and then I get like some functions that I don't see that you have these functions. Is that right? Exactly. So, if you can, I'm gonna look more in depth at your screen. And you have, yeah, you said you have a PC. This is wild. It's wild that the software would offer one user some function, yet allow all that shit. Oh, hold on. I think I saw it. Or I saw a similar version of it. Okay. Whatever screen you were just on with that little menu that opened up, can you go back to it? I think I saw it in the upper, like top bar. Not that one. It was right before you clicked the screen, the thing with the microphone. Yeah, that one. Okay, press confirm or whatever. See in the top, on the bar, there's like 3 buttons and edit, and then that, oops, you just missed it again. There's a chat button. That's in the top. There's, yeah. What happens when you click that? Allow. Your camera just went off. Not sure. That was because you clicked the button. Oh, there you're back. Okay. What happens when you click that button? Oh, okay. Okay. That's okay. Go back. Yes, go back. Okay, so the last thing, but we're gonna try, and I again really appreciate this. It's amazing to me that they don't have the same functions. What we want you to do, I'm gonna close. Let's see here. If you can you jump in the Crypto Degens lounge, because we want to close. We're gonna close this, and I'm gonna have you reopen it with that button. So if you can, meet me in the Crypto Degens lounge in just a moment, okay? This is the last thing we do. I will see you in the Crypto Degens lounge. Ask one to meet me in the Crypto Degens lounge, okay? Excellent.
fighting.
Four men have been charged in Russia in connection with a mass shooting at a concert hall in Moscow where more than 130 people were killed. The men are citizens of Tajikistan. ABC's Derek Dennis says all four are charged with terrorism.
All said to be operatives of the terror group ISIS-K. Analysts say ISIS-K has grown stronger after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021.
Russian President Putin has tried to tie Ukraine to the attack. Kyiv says it was not involved. Satellite weather from KFI. Sunny and windy in some spots. Highs in the low to upper 60s for Metro LA, the beaches, Mendoza, and the IE. 60s to low 70s in the valleys, mid 50s to around 60 in the high desert. Right now, 57 in La Palma, it's 59 in Irvine, we're going to 710 in Long Beach.
So that's not first fire for me right now. That's being reported off to the right shoulder on the northbound side. I'd have to go from Anaheim Street, so that's going to be before 4 o'clock. And definitely seeing a busy drive for you, 710 northbound, which is coming from the beginning of the freeway. Also want to pop back over to Grant and update you on the investment happening all along southbound side of 57 between Imperial and York Boulevard. All southbound lanes to remain shut down due to a big rig wreck. Northbound 57 before Imperial. It's a couple of two left lanes are still shut down. Northbound side of 57 back to tight for leaving Chapman Avenue. Southbound side of 57 getting a little bit better, but still busy for you to come away from Grand Canyon Road. Plan ahead off the 60 for Fulton Road heading southbound, or off the 90 on Harbor Boulevard heading northbound. And head through La Habra to Healthy to through. KFI in the sky helps you to go faster. I'm Napoleon TV.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers...
Alrighty, Asman. Fabulous. Okay, the last thing I need you to do is now, in the Bitcoin Ask Vision, there is not a call going on, or there shouldn't be. Let's see here. Leave the no, we want to go to Bitcoin Ask Vision. Yeah. There should not be a discussion going on. So you won't see like join. Now it just should have well what I want you to do is wherever that screen was that had that little menu that allowed you the little chat box, wherever that chat box screen was, yeah, perfect. Let me take a look. Perfect. Oh, and the chat box screen is no longer there. Do I understand that correctly? Or the little chat box icon is no longer there, correct? Interesting. Okay. Then close that. And then how do you, if you wanted to start a video chat, what's it look like for you? Start video chat. Press that. Let's see what happens. And scroll down. What does it say? Members. Okay. Can you keep scrolling down and see what it says? Oh, there aren't any other options. It just says members of this group will be notified. That's all it says, right? Interesting. Well, I want to tell you this, Asmunch. Thank you so much for taking some time with me. And as you see, you don't have the same options that some other people have. That's really unfortunate. I wish the software, it should be all standardized, but apparently it is not. So what I was trying to do with you, I'm unable to do, but I want you to know that I really appreciate all your time. And again, on behalf of Apollo, we're glad you're back in the Crypto Degens Lounge. And I want you to know I'm going to start streaming right now in the Bitcoin Ask Vision as I have been. And thank you again for all your help. Oh, great. I can show you. Here, I'll send you a link. I've got it working. I got it working right now in one of my streams. And I was really trying to do it in all of them. So if you want to know what it looks like, and here's the thing, the video quality is so smooth that it was like, man, this would be really nice to have in all the streams. Okay, so we are going to invite a person. Invite, view channel info. all the invite and share links are always there when I don't need them, and then when I do need them, they're not there. Okay, link. Oh, okay, yeah, I can just do this. Link copy the keyboard, and then we're gonna go to Bitcoin, and we should be going to not Bitcoin Ask Vision because I don't want to get banned. So I think you and I have just a discussion. Yeah. Okay. Ask Munch. I'm sending it to you, and you should have it in your inbox in the next 5 seconds. And then if you want, you can take a look at that one and see what it looks like. It's really silky smooth video though, and I don't have to use a like one particular Telegram account. It seems like it's just like if you have this key, whenever the camera comes on, it shows your camera in the Telegram, which is really cool. That's what I want. So I don't know if you're in there. If you are, cool. If you're not, I don't know. Are you in here? 2 viewers. I imagine you are. I don't know if you can hear me. Let me see if I can jump in there.
Tennessee and Arizona. The Sweet 16 starts up Thursday with the first game, Clemson, Arizona, at 7:09 p.m. Eastern on CBS. And in baseball, with the season starting for the rest of the league Thursday, Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani is expected to address the media today for the first time since the illegal gambling and theft allegations involving his interpreter emerged during the team's trip to South Korea. Andy West with your iHeartRadio Sports Report.
Open the free iHeartRadio app for the best sports stations in the country and the most sports podcasts with the biggest personalities in the game on demand.
KFI is a career right on your screen. Follow us now at KFI AM 640.
There's an interactive exhibit opening Wednesday at the National World War II Museum that's using artificial intelligence to let visitors hold virtual conversations with images of veterans, including a Medal of Honor winner died in 2022. Called Voices from the Front, enables visitors to ask questions of war-era home front heroes, supporters of the U.S. war effort, including a military nurse, an aircraft factory worker, a dancer who performed at USO shows. Olin Pickens, a 102-year-old war veteran featured in the projects, got a chance Wednesday to chat with his video-recorded twin at the museum. It's bizarre.
Goodness.
It's only the beginning. It's only the beginning. Soon I will be AI. I will not be here.
How do you react to that?
I mean, you can still hear my voice and all the things.
You can adjust it that way, right?
Yeah, well, I guess you could just turn it off.
Can you see my video question mark?
It works. A couple of rulings today for former President Trump in his legal cases. A judge scheduled an April 15th date for the hush money case. The judge made a ruling today and had earlier scolded the president's lawyers who was weighing when to reschedule the trial after last-minute document dump caused the postponement of the original date. He suggested, bristled at what he suggested were baseless defense claims of prosecutorial misconduct. An appeals court has agreed to hold off a collection of more than $454 million.
It is cool, period. I don't think we can interact in it though, which is not cool, period. It is cool, period. I don't think that we can interact in it though, which is not cool, period. Thank you so much for your help, period.
I
started to cycle through it.
Yeah. There is an estimated 1.1 billion Mega Millions prize and an estimated 800 million Powerball jackpot. It's the first time two nearly national lottery games have grown so large at the same time. Months without a big winner.
Still, you still have not bought a ticket.
No. I've told you what will happen to me if I win this thing. I'll end up in a gutter with a needle in my arm.
You have a translator stealing money from you left and right, and you'll have no idea that it was gone.
Absolutely.
65-year-old woman in Riverside County says that her mental health has deteriorated significantly after she was violently struck in the face by a driver that had stopped, got out of his car, and attacked Wendy Hamilton. The confrontation was caught on several home surveillance cameras. It's grainy footage, but you can still see what happens. She was outside, apparently, and a neighbor of hers yelled to tell the guy to slow down.
Mikey yelled out, slow down. The guy put it in park, got out ready to fight.
She was going to go take a picture of his license plate, so she had her camera out, her phone, ready to take a picture.
He saw me, and he came for me, and he was trying to steal my phone. He kept demanding, give me your phone, give me your phone.
Now, he punches her and throws her to the ground, but obviously the sheriff's deputies were called, and this is the weirdest part about all of this.
I remember standing there with 3 sheriffs not feeling safe because he was standing directly across the street from my home.
The guy lives in the neighborhood, so she's going to see him again. The sheriff's deputies apparently cited the guy for assault and battery, and then let him go. Because it's going to be up to Riverside County DA's office as to whether or not to file charges in the case, which I would find it very hard to believe that they weren't going to. But I didn't know you could knock somebody out like that, lose consciousness, but you can knock somebody down. Have the physical evidence to do it, and then cited and released misdemeanor style situation.
Yeah, that's great. We want this guy walking around with us.
Well, that's the other part about it. I mean, regardless of the specific details of this case, if someone's willing to stop their van, get out, and punch a 65-year-old woman to the point that she's knocked to the ground, that's not somebody who won't walk.
It's a red flag. They're waving it in their face. You should cut their ear off and feed it to them.
She's okay. Now you're getting the torture again.
Yeah.
I have a lot of anxiety attacks and post-traumatic stress disorder. Absolutely.
Wow, especially if you know that the guy is in your neighborhood and probably knows where you live based on where he stopped the van and got out and punched you in the face.
What would you do if you saw that in your neighborhood?
Which part?
If you saw the whole thing, the guy in the van go out and punch the woman in the face, what would you do?
I have no idea. What would you want?
Remember when you broke into the car to save that baby?
Yes.
I don't think we tell that story enough. It's a great story. That story should be told once a week.
I get Christmas sweaters.
You do? Oh, that's...
They don't.
Well, they're not very good parents.
They were pretty embarrassed.
Well, yeah, they locked their baby in the car.
I'm dead.
Dumbasses. And you had to come out in your adult theater outfit and rescue that baby. Imagine the shock in the baby's eyes when here you are in your adult theater.
Rescued me.
Yeah.
Adult theater.
Do you have any adult theater productions going up?
I can't.
Oh, really? Why?
Problems with the rights. You have to pay for the rights to get the play.
What was it?
It's an old play called You Can't Take It With You. Ross Hart and George Kaufman.
Sounds uplifting.
Set in the 30s. It's a very funny show.
Oh, is it? No. Not about that.
No, not really.
Great story.
Any more about the show that I'm not going to do?
Is there anything else on the horizon?
Well, we should find out. I need to get a dog first. I need to do my priorities then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go. Mountain lion attack when we come back.
Better. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour news.
Former President Trump's hush money trial a appeals court for his freedom of life collection of Trump's more than $454 million civil fraud judgment. The United Nations Security Council has demanded a ceasefire in Gaza during the Muslim holy month of Ramadan. Southland weather, KFI sunny and windy in some areas, high 60s, low 70s. This report brought to you by the San Diego Zoo Safari Park from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. We're going to the 105 in Linwood.
So it's a fact that local and monthly shut down for a good amount of time now. Allegedly, according to Freeway Service, we told CHP that Long Beach Boulevard gave an option right shoulder, but really left its mark to be a mess for your driver on the westbound side of the 105 from 4710 and W6 and below the eastbound side of 710. Looking at slide for you for moving now, which make way back toward the 710. Continuing to see major issues for you along the 57-inch midway through the Brea area. Going to be an ongoing outcome for you. That was all lanes are shut down on this 57 southbound from Imperial to Yorba Boulevard. All those lanes are shut down due to a wreck involving a big rig that went through the center of Viners. Northbound side of 57 for Imperial. It's Scarborough, two left lanes shut down. The traffic is improving, but still a mess. Northbound on 57 seeing delays for Chapman Avenue out of Placentia. Southbound side of 57 is broke over a drive from Grand Canyon, leaving Grand Canyon Road. Toyota line the silence fix their faster. I'm the Polly O'Keefe.
Round two.
Laundry? Computer solitaire, huh?
Sorry, we were looking for Chumba Casino. That's right, ChumbaCasino.com is a casino style games. Join today and play for your chance to redeem some serious prizes. ChumbaCasino.com. Never says this week's Marketers Report. We learned about the value of local influencers in uncertain times. Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of the tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel and a network.
This is Ryan here. I have a question for you. What do you do when you win? Like, are you a press number? Did you want to hone in on those winning moves? Check out the show. Your chance to redeem serious plus free daily Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Jerry and Shannon. Game line. Radio app. Donald Trump says he will pay cash to secure a bond. Now, an appeals court lowered the amount as he appeals his New York civil fraud trial. Court lowered the bond from $454 million to $175 million today, gave him 10 days to make the payment. Trump has maintained he is the victim of a corrupt judge and attorney general he calls a thug. The ruling means Attorney General Leticia James cannot yet begin collecting on that judgment.
In the wake of the deadly terrorist attack on that concert hall in Moscow Friday night, France has raised its terror alert warning to its highest level. Prime Minister said their alert system has 3 levels. The highest is activated in the wake of an attack in France where and the threat of one is considered to be imminent, allows for security measures to be stepped up.
course, they're getting ready for the Olympics, which will start in Paris in the middle of July.
You want to see what everyone's talking about with the Caitlin Clark show? You can check it out tonight. Iowa will play 8 seed. They're the 1 seed. Will play 8 seed West Virginia tonight at 5, I believe. Second round of the women's NCAA tournament continuing today.
Quick follow-up. The term for an addict who constantly tries to get high, but their tolerance is a lot higher than it was in the past, chasing the dragon.
That's why a lot of heroin addicts still does come from China. Back in the day, the good stuff, it was called China White. That's chasing the dragon terminology.
I see. I think I remember a documentary called Chasing the Dragon about heroin use.
Was that a Bruce Lee movie called Enter the Dragon?
No.
Okay, just making sure. And then we were also talking about the potential for the Angels to have some sort of culpability in whatever's going on surrounding Shohei Ohtani.
Keep your LA dog problems in LA County. But you signed Shohei Ohtani, you guys to be the party, and now you gotta have his baggage. Orange County, we got real DA, Todd Spitzer, you guys got Gaston. Enjoy LA County, your LA problems, your LA issues. Keep Orange County out of your mouth.
Wow.
I don't think I've heard that much territorial bravado
Yeah.
between LA and Orange County in a long time. That was a very okay.
The fight
They showed me on the doll where LA County touched you.
I think the LA County, Orange County thing is kind of like the San Francisco, LA thing, where San Francisco takes it much more seriously
That does LA.
than does LA. And I think Orange County takes it much more seriously than does LA. Because LA, I mean, it doesn't really have the personality that San Francisco has and Orange County has. It's kind of all over the place. There's no real identity. That's part of the identity of LA. It's just a
Is the lack of identity.
yeah.
There was a strange story out of Northern California from over the weekend. A teenager called 911 to say that he and his brother had been attacked by a mountain lion. He's 18, his brother 21, separated during this attack. And when officials finally got to the scene of the attack in Georgetown, which, wow, how do you describe where you go? So if you are driving, think of the wilderness between I-80 and Highway 50 east of Sacramento.
This is what you're talking about in the office this morning when you're talking about one of your daughter's friends going camping, and you said it's probably somewhere in Georgetown, and I'm like, university? I completely did not understand what you were talking about until right now.
It is a tiny, tiny, very rural area.
I never heard of it.
Oh, you haven't?
Yeah.
I've driven through there, I think, once in my life. According to the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the older brother was killed in the attack on Saturday, which is now the first recorded fatal human mountain lion incident in California in 20 years. The last one was at Fighting Range Regional Park in 2004. There have been a dozen or so non-fatal mountain lion attacks. The last recorded attack was September of 22nd. But in this case, the 18-year-old had to undergo several surgeries. They say he'll probably make a full recovery. Obviously, they're grateful for the Sheriff's Department, Department of Fish and Game, and I guess a local hunter that had been contracted to come out and find the mountain lion. What they did, it was, what would you say, taking care of the 21-year-old's body?
Yeah, having its way with it.
So they said deputies fired their weapons to scare the animal off and clear the area to try to get to the 21-year-old to see if they could help him. They couldn't, say it that way, so he was pronounced dead at the scene. They eventually did find the mountain lion, and then they say euthanized it. But euthanize to me means you walk up to it and you give it a shot. I think they shot at it from a pretty fair
I
distance.
think you're right.
So euthanized might be sort of sanitizing what they actually did to the mountain.
It was a 90-pound animal in healthy condition. It's not unusual for mountain lions to roam around the same trails that humans use, but they tend to stay away from people. Because attacks are so rare, it's hard to pinpoint risk factors, but they found that attacks that result in death are more likely if a child is present or if individuals
there looking for shed animals and for a trophy or sell them or whatever they were using. And that's why they were so far out in the woods or the wilderness, where the wilderness is.
First recorded fatal mountain lion attack against a human since January of 2004.
There's a disturbing line here that I want to run by you real quick, so I'm going to try to flesh this out. Pardon the pun. State wildlife confirmed that DNA from the scene of the attack matched the mountain lion that was euthanized. By saying that they swabbed the body for mountain lion saliva, or they took the mountain lion apart and found pieces of the guy in the mountain lion.
Ooh, I think
This one is a lot easier than the other. Cutting the mountain lion open and examining stomach contact.
I don't think they did that. I think that was definitely a body swab. Or did they just say, yeah, we got him? Not knowing whether or not this. So the mountain lion probably had a bunch of human,
Like blue jeans hanging out of its mouth.
blood, at least, matter. I mean, it wasn't even done with its tail when they caught him.
Vote on your favorite breakfast burrito. Breakfast burrito podcast.
Eating burritos from eating people.
16 great places. Favorite breakfast burrito. Tell us what you think. You get to choose in that first round. 16 choices. Go on social media at Gary and Shannon or on the website kfi640.com/breakfast burrito. You'll find out all of the options there. Make sure your votes get tallied in that first round. Voting closes tomorrow morning.
All right, coming up next, we have a full load of. Listen, I was off for 3 days, which, by the way, I can't do anymore because I find myself falling into the Christian movies about the boys with the autism running marathons.
You're running out of Netflix. What's going on?
I don't know. I'm getting in the dregs. of the Netflix, and I need to come to work. So if we can keep this Monday to Friday thing going, I think it would benefit my mental health.
Yeah, definitely. Let's go on points when we come back to Gary and Shannon.
Just full of stimulating sound.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Looking for man kidnapped to OC of Deborah Park, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Orange County Sheriff has asked for help finding a man who was kidnapped in Midway City.
2 men have been charged with felony aggravated kidnapping. One of the men, Non-Win, is a convicted murderer. OC Sheriff Sergeant Matthew Parrish says a woman told police a man in a mask grabbed 20 limbs right up in front of his house.
Our deputies, when they got there was some different interviews and evidence that was left at the scene, were able to confirm that an assault did happen and then a kidnapping shortly thereafter.
Parrish says man was last seen by friends, family, or co-workers 10 days ago at Elvis Restaurant in Westminster and the 171 Sky Restaurant in Garden Road. In Orange County, Corbin Carson and KFI.
A teenage girl has shot herself with a deputy's gun in the city of industry. LA County Sheriff's Lieutenant Mark Spencer says the girl knocked on the lobby door at the sheriff's station last night, getting into a struggle with deputies.
We believe that this incident stems from a disturbance, a family disturbance call that deputies were responding to or had responded to.
Spencer says the girl took the gun from a deputy's holster during the fight and shot herself. No deputies were hurt. A woman from Norgo says she's been suffering from anxiety and PTSD since she was assaulted by a driver speeding through her neighborhood.
I remember standing here with 3 sheriffs not feeling safe because he was standing directly across the street from me.
65-year-old Wendy Hamilton tells KTLA she yelled at the man to slow down 2 weeks ago and started taking photos with her cell phone. She says that's when the guy stopped, demanded her phone, and attacked her. The driver was cited for assault, battery, and release. Metrolink is restarting passenger rail service through San Clemente, where a landslide took a chunk out of a hillside. The slide 2 months ago damaged a pedestrian bridge and left debris on the tracks. The Orange County Transportation Authority worked with Metrolink to build a 200-foot-long wall at Mariposa Point to shore up the hillside An appeals court in New York has agreed to wait to collect former President Trump's $454 million civil fraud judgment if he puts up $175 million within 10 days. Last week, Trump's lawyers said it was a practical impossibility to get an underwriter to sign off on such a large bond. Today's ruling came just before New York AG Letitia James was expected to start collecting the payment of the civil fraud judgment. Trump is trying to overturn the decision last month and found he lied about his wealth while growing his real estate empire. The family of a Wall Street Journal reporter arrested in Russia has marked 1 year this week since his detainment. Evan Gershkovich's father, Mikhail Gershkovich, says being President Biden's guest at the State of the Union address made him feel more optimistic.
It's a sign for us that everybody in the government sells what things are doing the press seriously.
Gershkovich was reporting for the Moscow Bureau of the Journal when he was arrested last year on espionage charges. He's pleaded not guilty and faces up to 20 years in prison if convicted. The KFI financial update is sponsored by Quantum ePay. The Dow is down 158, S&P 500 down 8, and NASDAQ is down 3.
Brought to you by Quantum ePay. Merchants who make the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just dial #250 on your salad. Say keyword Quantum.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy in some areas. Highs low to upper 60s for Metro LA. The beaches in Ludosi and the IE. 60s to low 70s for the valleys. Mid 50s to around 60 in the high desert. Right now it is 60 in Seal Beach, 58 in Buena Park, 61 in Agoura Hills, and 62 in Sherman Oaks. We're going back to 57 in Graham.
It's been going on all morning. 57 southbound between Imperial Highway down to York Olympic Boulevard. All of those southbound lanes are still blocked from that big rig crack that came from the northbound side right through the center divider. So the southbound lanes are blocked. They stepped up from Diamond Boulevard. Northbound side before Imperial Highway, the carpool and the 2 left lanes are going to be blocked as well. In El Monte on the 10 westbound Redhead Road, had a crash in the 2 middle lanes. They just got everything over their right shoulder. It's going to be slow for at least Baldwin Park Boulevard. In Biscayne, got a 5 southbound between Temple Highway and Lake Hughes Road. Got an accident and the 2 right lanes are going to be closed there. In Linwood, some good news. 105 westbound Long Beach Boulevard. That earlier wreck is cleared. Bad news is on the 105 westbound before the 710. Still got a stall in the left lane. KFI the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harnett.
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tidy Cats simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? Peach, you heard me. Try Tidy Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel, or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tidy Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
Lucky Land Casino asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky in line at the deli, I guess. In my dentist's office. More than once, actually. Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kid's PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never get in time.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. When you feel lucky.
Hey, it's Jay. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One great level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit HookedOnPhonics.com today and release your child's reading potential.
All the troops fan, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can
Get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code iHeart. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus. iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook at DraftKings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
The bird-watching world has been taken by storm over a fight between two bird watchers. Who has seen the most bird species in the wild? It is a fight to the death. Maybe not to the death.
Okay, that's it.
That was a little dramatic.
We will get into Mixed In Monday coming up at the end of the show. Of course, we can all hear it live. We'll be hearing it on the podcast. We talked earlier about the difference. Well, I don't know where this territorial dispute came from. I was just saying that the Shohei Ohtani thing, whatever the controversy is, clearly had to start while he was with the Angels, right? That's just the timing of it. Not that anybody knew necessarily, but it would be hard for an organization like that to have a superstar like him and not have some inclination that something's going on.
That territorial provider was amazing. Yeah, 100%. Each of the county, chill out. It's good of you guys. So yeah, pretty VA and everything.
All right, so let's start small. Oh, man, you make this like a reality TV show. What wasn't that? Rules. Well, there's never going to be anywhere. Watch Great Escape.
Hey, Tim. All right, two things breaking in the Trump legal drama world today. Number one, the former president will stand trial starting April 15th on charges related to that hush money that he wanted to pay to cover up claims of marital infidelity with the porn star Stormy Daniels.
This is the end of this hearing today resulted in that trial date of April 15th so that the lawyers could review some of the last-minute documents they said were relevant to this case. Federal prosecutors handed over hundreds of thousands of pages of documents related in recent weeks, and the judge did agree earlier this month to postpone the start of the proceedings until at least mid-April. But the Trump attorneys went to court again today because they wanted even more time. And the judge said that the DA's office is not at fault for the late production of documents from the U.S. Attorney's Office. The prosecutors also suggested that in this case, not all of those hundreds of thousands of documents were actually pertinent to the case.
He did get a dose of good news. A New York appeals court today also agreed to hold off on collection of his $454 million civil fraud judgment if he puts up $175 million within 10 days.
Yeah, so that $175 million could be posted while it appeals this. The 5-judge panel ruled in a pretty short order after the former president said he could not get the bonds to cover the full judgment in all of this. And this was what Trump was referring to when he said that Judge Engelrod, in this case, had been overruled a fifth time, I think is what he said.
Despite the silliness of the hush money case, with all of the circus elements involving a porn star and the like. It does get added importance. It is the only legal case that appears likely for trial for Trump in the coming months.
He did say that it was unfair to be put on trial before November. Which I don't understand. I mean, I understand why he's saying it. He doesn't want to have to deal with the campaign and a criminal trial at the same time. But in all of the context, he was in court.
No, he could just pardon himself if he's president.
Right. In court, he was there for the hush money trial, but then spoke of the other ruling that came down today regarding the money.
But if I have to spend $500 million on a bond, I wouldn't have that option. I'd have to start selling things. I don't have to sell anything because it's a phenomenal company. I built a phenomenal company. Someday they'll actually report that. I built a phenomenal company that's very low leverage, unbelievably low leverage, with a lot of cash flow and everything else. Why should I let a crooked judge make a decision to get $450 million that allows me to spend earlier money on my campaign if I so choose? I'll be spending money on my campaign. I might spend a lot of money on my campaign.
We don't know exactly what Letitia James is going to say about this in terms of what her plan was. We know that she wanted to move forward with seizing his assets, preparing to make sure that the judgment is paid. So she didn't really process or specify what holdings. She was talking about a lot of ink was used over the weekend to explain the different avenues that she could go down, whether it was bank accounts, which would be relatively easy to seize, versus properties, and whether she could do it in places that he owns but do not exist in the state of New York, like Chicago, for example. So there's still plenty of fighting that's going to take place on that financial documents case.
A bill putting restrictions on social media use by young people is now law in Florida. We'll tell you about that when we come back. Ron DeSantis with a victory there. Wonder if other states will go this way as well. Also, did you see Kamala Harris over the weekend clapping and dancing along with the protesters? Yeah, you should probably know what they're singing about before you start taking up the dancing.
Oh, and then everybody at NBC was really mad that they hired a Republican.
Yeah.
So I actually had some of the comments that Chuck Todd made, and then Joe Scarborough and his main friend on Morning Joe.
Oh, you remember Mika's name? Is it Mika?
Yes. Brzezinski. Are they married?
I think so. Question mark. Would you like your Jeopardy question?
Oh, boy.
You're not ready? You had many days to prepare for this. U.S. franchises for $200. Oh, thank heaven for this chain of convenience stores and for its Slurpees. It was done.
What was the money on that one?
$200.
Gary and Jen will continue with Small Branch.
Deborah Mark.
There she is, live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
An LA County firefighter assigned to Station 52 in Vernon has died. The fire department posted on social media late last night about the active duty death of firefighter Jonathan Mann and felon. No details about how he died were given. A money manager has been sentenced to nearly 8 years in prison for spending more than $1 million on a psychiatrist in Thousand Oaks. Prosecutors say David Snyder stole the money from 2014 to 2018 while managing the doctor's business affairs. And no ticket was won the Powerball jackpot, which is now up to $800 million. The next Powerball drawing is tonight. The Mega Millions jackpot is just over $8 billion. That drawing is tomorrow. We're going to head over to the 215 next.
Over the last 20 years, the attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough accident victims to fill an entire sports arena.
Because the role they play in the injured client's recovery drives them to produce the best results.
Yeah, listen to this story. A client's world changed after a reckless drunk driver hit his vehicle, left him with severe injuries.
He could not get the insurance company to help him at all. And after all of the frustration, he finally called Sweet James.
His team of attorneys stepped in to make sure he got the medical treatment he really needed, and they wouldn't let up until they delivered a massive $7 million win for him.
In these types of situations, caring and winning go hand in hand because it means medical care and maximum compensation, and most importantly, justice.
That's Sweet James. If you're ever hurt in an accident, results matter. Call the attorneys at Sweet James and don't wait, because waiting can hurt your
TheJames.com.
Going to a crash on the 215 in Moreno Valley. So the 215 northbound right after East Ridge, eucalyptus avenue, the right lane is blocked by a tractor trailer involved in this one. It's going to be stopped from Alessandro, let you pass it slow over to that Riverside interchange. Also on the 91 westbound right Van Buren Boulevard off ramp. They had that earlier crash clear in Victorville, 15 southbound, right after Bear Valley Road. Still working on an upturn big rig that is blocking that right lane. And staying away from the 57 in Brea, 57 southbound. Completely shut down between Imperial Highway and Oak Last alternate, Open Canyon 2 is great if you got to take that, take 71, and then take that southbound over Highway Boulevard, which is to the west. Hey, if the sky helps get you there faster, I'm Jenny Norman.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most crazy time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. After 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation promised to make sure we never forget. Since then, it's been supporting America's heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Hook, who was killed in Iraq. Hook lived behind a pregnant fiancé who gave birth to a son who would never make it. Tunnel to Towers paid off the mortgage on their home. America's heroes need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit with no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Lucky asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess. At my dentist. Or before my kids' PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win a top.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky? In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. Discover one of the CIA's illicit Cold War initiatives on the iHeartRadio original podcast, Operation Midnight Climax, an undercover brothel dosing unwitting Americans with LSD, a mind control experiment gone horribly wrong back in the 50s. Government. Watch Elvis Presley shake his hips on TV, but the same government was running a brothel in broad daylight. Listen to Operation Midnight Climax on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Spiritual world thing is pretty much simple, okay? And if you think that your idea of reality is my idea of reality, then we are actually debating something. Okay, we can't have a real conversation. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI. On demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
gonna happen where everyone tries to be on their best behavior,
And then something
and then
slips.
something
And then it
slips.
just cascades.
Like Victor walks in randomly and he's doing your mom jokes, and it's just a problem.
So the story of that crawls on to punish behind that Russian concert hall attack that killed more than 130 people. Authorities are combing through the ruins of the shopping and entertainment complex for more bodies on fire. After all of this, the Prime Minister said the investigation is still ongoing and found the perpetrators will be published. They do not deserve mercy. An attack on Friday night in Crocus City Hall in the western outskirts of Moscow killed at least 137 people and injured 180.
A bill putting restrictions on social media use by young people is now law in Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis signed HB 3 this morning in an appearance in Jacksonville. Among other things, this prevents kids under 16 from opening a social media account. Other 14 and 15-year-olds can set up accounts with parental permission. Free speech advocates are promising a court challenge over the bill.
Good for you.
Yeah,
Good for you.
way to die on that bill. The law takes effect in January.
This may be a naive way to look at it. If you're not 18, your access to the freedoms that are afforded you by the Constitution should be limited. Because that's not political speech. You know, that idea that you have the ability to do that as a 16-year-old without some sort of recourse or supervision from your parents is pretty ridiculous. But the Supreme Court tomorrow, by the way, is going to consider a new abortion case that affects women across the U.S. Abortion opponents want the Supreme Court to ratify a ruling from a conservative federal appeals court that would limit access to the pill mifepristone, which is used in nearly 2/3 of abortions last year. I guess you'd say the morning after pill. The case comes 2 years after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Obviously, the decision could come by late June. But like that ruling from a couple years ago, this could become a massive, massive campaign issue going into November. Mifepristone was made by a lab in New York. An early ruling from the U.S. District Judge in Texas would have revoked the drug's approval.
Kamala Harris was visiting Puerto Rico. There was a song in Spanish sung by some protesters. Her and whoever the boob is next to her, I'm not sure who it is, they start clapping along to the music. We love Spanish music too. Musica Espanol. And then her aide leans in and is like, yeah, they're protesting you. This is a protest song. And Kamala's like, and then just stops the applause and the little dance she was doing.
She is also going to be meeting with President Bernardo Arejo of Guatemala. The two leaders are going to talk about the Biden administration's use of safe mobility offices set up in Guatemala, Colombia, Costa Rica, and Ecuador in the fall, among other immigration matters. These safe mobility offices are designed to streamline the refugee process so migrants can apply where they are and avoid paying smugglers to make the journey up north. They will also be discussing the anti-corruption agenda there in Guatemala and how the U.S. can support the effort in an attempt to try to make it better where people are that don't feel like they need to come to the United States for health and safety, among other things.
NBC is a mess right now. They are very upset with the network's decision to hire the former head of the RNC.
So Ron McDaniel, she was the one who was just ousted recently so that Trump, as the head of the Republican Party, can basically handpick who he wants at the top of the RNC. And Chuck Todd, who used to host the Meet the Press on Sundays, let his bosses have it when it came to hiring Ron McDaniel as a paid contributor to NBC.
I have no idea whether any answer she gave to you was because she didn't want to mess up with it. She has credibility issues that she still has to deal with. Is she speaking for herself, or is she speaking on behalf of who's paying her?
Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski on Morning Joe had a similar reaction to it.
That's our opinion of the hiring of the we would have strongly objected to it for several
corroborate reasons.
We hope NBC will reconsider its decision. It goes without saying that she will not be against the Morning Joe in her capacity as a paid contributor.
That was a pushback to what NBC put out, an email announcing that she would appear across all NBC News platforms. That sent a panic through MSNBC and Morning Joe's hallways, of course, because they said that they would never use her. There is the message sent by Harry McDaniel on a $300,000 a year contract. There's some concern that nobody would want to hear what she has to say. There were also problems. Chuck Todd had a problem with her explanations and her sidling up to Donald Trump, especially close to the election, even though recently they have had their falling out and are not considered patriots, shall we say, the Republican Party.
The UN Security Council issued its first demand for a ceasefire in Gaza today, with the U.S. angering Israel by abstaining from the vote. Israel responded by canceling a visit to Washington by a high-level delegation. This is the strongest public clash between the allies since the war began. Netanyahu accusing the U.S. of retreating from a principled position by allowing the vote to pass without conditioning the ceasefire on the release of hostages held by Hamas.
A quick note from over the weekend, the president did sign into law that $1.2 trillion spending package, so we will not have to use the term government shutdown anytime in the next 6 months.
I was looking forward to that.
Put it away for a little while.
My goodness.
It'll come back, don't worry. Gary Chin will continue. Deborah Mark live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun is stepping down.
It comes less than 3 months after a door plug blowout left a gaping hole in an Alaska Airlines Boeing jet mid-flight. Calhoun called the incident a watershed moment for the company, which had already been facing scrutiny from 2 deadly crashes in 2018 and 2019.
ABC's Mike DeBuskey says Calhoun will leave Boeing at the end of the year. Board Chairman Larry Kellner is set to resign in May. And Stan Deal, CEO of Boeing Commercial Airplanes, is resigning effective immediately. 3 men from Chile have been arrested in Irvine on suspicion of burglary. Police say that officers spotted a suspicious SUV last week, pulled it over and found head-to-toe shoe covers, gloves, and masks inside. They say the 3 men are linked to a transnational crime ring in the case of the neighborhood. Sergeant Kerry Davies says earlier this month there have been 34 home burglaries in the area over a 35-day period. Davies says 7 of those burglaries were consistent with those pulled off by theft rings from South America. The mountain lions killed a man in a forest area near Sacramento.
The El Dorado County Sheriff's Office says they received a call Saturday afternoon from an 18-year-old who said a mountain lion attacked him and his 21-year-old brother. Deputies and paramedics finding the mountain lion next to the 21-year-old on the ground.
ABC's Zoreen Shaw says the younger brother was taken to a hospital where he has had multiple surgeries. The Department of Fish and Wildlife and an El Dorado County trapper shot and killed the mountain lion. Officials say the men had gone into the forest Saturday to look for deer antlers. 8 groups that have visited a packed hospital in Gaza say the situation there is unimaginable. An emergency medical team organized by 3 aid groups spent 2 weeks providing care and doing surgery at the European Gaza hospital near Khan Yunis. Another hospital in Gaza, Al-Shifa, has been the recent target of Israeli troops. ABC's Matt Gutman says Israel has called its ongoing week-long raid one of the largest and most successful operations of the 6-month war.
The IDF says it contained over 800 guns since the surprise raid began early last Monday, claiming 480 of them are Hamas and Islamic Jihad members.
He says Palestinians have called the Israeli operations hellish. The Powerball jackpot is now at $800 million ahead of tonight's drawing. ABC's Derek Dennis says there has not been a big winner since January.
It's now the 6th largest prize in the game's history with a cash value of $384 million. But if that's not enough, Mega Billions is now a Mega $1 billion jackpot.
Dennis says the Mega Millions jackpot is $1.1 billion. For that drawing tomorrow night, odds of winning either jackpot are about $300 million to 1. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy in some spots. Highs in the low to upper 60s for Metro LA, the beaches, Inland Ocean, and the IE. 60s to low 70s in the valley, mid-50s to around 60 in the high desert. Right now, 61 in Cypress. It is 61 in Brea as well. We're going back to the 57th in Brea.
tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Hey guys, it is Ryan. I'm not sure if you know this about me, but I'm a bit of a fun fanatic when I can. I like to work, but I like fun too. It's a thing. And now the truth is out there. I can tell you about my favorite place to have fun. Chumba Casino. They have hundreds of social casino-style games to choose from, with new games released each week. You can play for free anytime, anywhere. And each day brings a new chance to collect daily bonuses. So join me in the fun. Sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
It all began here. Mike Davis was a night manager here at the Dixie News some years back. And the rest, as they say in the movies, is history.
There's a long line of them needed to show that like being celebrities. Al Capone, John Gotti, the Divas, he had those same inclinations. He wanted to be known. He wanted to be a public figure. He was not shy.
Are you serious about movie making? Do you want to be a movie maker?
I'm very serious about movie making. In fact, we've moved our facilities from MGM in Hollywood to Atlanta.
It is the money, obviously, that attracts organized crime. Phoebus has managed to insulate himself and others in his organization by setting up paper corporations. Sources tell me he has managed to set up more than 300 of those corporations.
It's not on my mind that they are nervous at best about having to do business with my Phoebus. I don't have any knowledge as to what happened to Mr. Hannon. He was a personal friend of mine, and I just think it's a terrible tragedy.
Indictment spells out so many charges against you. You think it will beat them all? Oh, yeah. Like Julius Caesar, cross Rubicon, and ready to do that. So Mike Davis walked out this door to freedom. Some are speculating he may be in Colombia or Costa Rica, countries which before harbored United States criminals.
I had 25 years of a good life. I tried to look at it in just that manner. In other words, if this is all that the Lord wanted me to have, then I accept what I had because I had far more than most people did.
Gangster Hits. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
AM 640.
Radio station.
Crisscrossed in the conversation. Found myself in a conversation. On a misconnection. Put my eyes in the wrong direction. Put myself in a conversation.
Not that I like to wade in the abortion debates, but did you or I or somebody
to spring training, even though the Dodgers have played about the regular season games already. The regular season gets underway in earnest on Thursday.
You love a hot spring soaking tub, don't you?
I do have a funny story about one of them, but not this one. It was on a camping trip.
Was this for Guinness?
No, this was not on Guinness. But there is a hot springs up in the Sequoia National Forest, Miracle Hot Springs, right along the Kern River, and it's about 6 miles downstream from Lake Isabella. This is an interesting hot spring because it's actually man-made, and in that, people put rock and mortar tubs together to collect the water that comes out of the hot springs right next to the Kern River. And all it really did was kind of give you a space to sit in for these hot springs. Now, the U.S. Forest Service does not like these things. They've actually been through and demolished the structure several times. But people go back there and just make them again, because there are people who believe in the healing properties of a very mineral-infused sulfur, magnesium, iron, borax hot bath. And then you jump in the Kern River and you wash away, and then you jump back in the hot tub, and then you jump in the Kern River. The problem is they've seen it get a little game recently. He's mentioned about Miracle Hot Springs.
Yeah, a lot of tourists have been showing up, and a lot of the crowds have brought trouble. Some trashed the area, camped illegally, partied with drugs. Others went into the tubs nude, making fellow soakers uncomfortable. There were some nefarious activities reported, including sexual assaults, car break-ins.
One woman comes from Bakersfield on the weekends, 28 years old. She and a group of her girlfriends, who were topless at the time, said that they noticed a group of young men began to circle like sharks. As the women attempted to make an exit, she slipped on one of the rocks. One of the men grabbed her arm to help her, allegedly, but then as she thanked him for steadying her, she felt him rope her buttocks.
She pulled a knife on him and took off with her friends.
Yeah.
But here's a fun thing. I know, ladies, that you think that you should be able to release the tatas in nature with your girlfriends. I've never felt the need to do so, but
Environments is what we
no, I would just say do it in your backyard or something. You don't go out in public, release the tatas around a bunch of strange men and expect not to be groped. Unless it's Europe.
In October of 22, authorities found a body at the site of the Miracle Hot Springs and blood in these soak-in tubs. They figured out this guy, 54-year-old guy in Torrance, died from what they believe was acute methamphetamine toxicity. So the U.S. Forest Service comes through and they start removing sections of the tubs to drain the blood. They said that he probably hit his head as he fell or something like that.
Return to the hot springs.
And they said that they were determined to be structurally unsafe, so they completely removed the tubs at the time. The removal infuriated the lovers of the hot springs, but early the following year, park officials said they were able to rebuild some basic tubs with the natural materials like sand and river rocks. They didn't want to bring in bricks and mortar, etc. So there were several winter storms that brought trouble along the Kern River in 23 and covered the area in water. The water levels eventually dropped, so the hot springs were exposed again. And then people returned with bags of concrete and built sturdier tubs. And then February 17th, not too long ago, a second body was found in one of the reconstructed tubs. Cause of death yet to be determined, but it was a 57-year-old man, they believe, from nearby Lake Isabella. So closure has been ordered once again, and people are warning if you go out there, you will be ticketed. You are not allowed to go to Miracle Hot Springs.
The bird watching community has been thrown into chaos.
Oh, wait a minute. So I was camping up near Big Sur,
Yeah.
and a buddy of mine was training for a marathon, and he wanted to go for a run in the mountains that weekend. So gets up early Saturday. The rest of us go golfing. He's going for a long run. Like he said, 10, 12 miles or something like that.
topless girls.
I found a bunch of topless girls.
Yeah.
Everybody is.
Right.
So he's like, he said it was about halfway through the trip, so he just wanted to stop and, relax for a little while. Kick them shoes off, soak them doggies.
There are two kinds of people in the world. People who would adhere to a schedule to make sure you were not worried, and people who are just like, la la la,
Well, he said he did time it so he'd be back before sunset. But it's funny because we were already going to call his wife. I mean, we were moments away from calling his wife across country and saying, hey, just so you know, we're going to have to call out the dog since we can't find him.
and then you'd have to call her back and be like, good thing is Kevin is alive. Bad thing is he was sidetracked by tatas. Gary and Shannon would continue. Deborah Marcus became my 24-hour newsroom.
3 homes in the Hollywood Hills have been red tagged because the hillside behind them will come down another storm last weekend. So hillsides. A woman who fell asleep in a trash bin in one apartment tonight was dumped into a garbage truck was rescued Friday morning, and the Dodgers Shohei Ohtani is expected to speak about the gambling scandal that led to his career being fired. Around 2:45 this afternoon, KFI will carry that live. We're going to check your drive on the 5 next.
This is the time of year to enjoy life. How beautiful it is out there. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring.
Call QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, and this is lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, and no downtime.
QC Kinetics is changing lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue.
This is the same kind of treatment that pro athletes have been doing for decades, but now this life-changing treatment is available for you.
You can walk and run and climb stairs, play golf, move again pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgeries, an all-natural solution.
In fact, you would be one of tens of thousands of QC Kinetics already satisfied patients who have been able to reclaim their mobility. So take action now and live your best life this spring and summer.
It's great use of your tax refund, by the way. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. They're in Glendale, Orange, Mission Viejo, and Costa Mesa.
213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy in some areas, high 60s to low 70s. This report is brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Radio crash on the 5 stay.
To the 5 southbound between Temple and Highway Lake Hughes Road, a crash involved in a semi-edit. The 2 right lanes are still blocked. It is a crawl on the state bridge. Also, stay away from the 57 in Brea. This isn't going to clear up anytime soon. 57 southbound between Imperial Highway and North Linda Boulevard. The southbound lanes are completely shut down due to a big rig wreck. And on the flip side, 57 northbound before Imperial Highway, the carpool and the 2 left lanes are blocked because of it. And in Victorville, 15 southbound after Bear Valley Road, got a crash with an overturned big rig, and the 3rd lane from your left is blocked there. Can you find the sky? Helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Norman.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got clear runway and the weather's fine, but we're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick, so I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. We were prohibited by law. 18+ terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
In this week's Marketers Report, Chris Brand, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio, specifically audio influencers.
Audio has been a key component for us. Our consumer is omnichannel, so we need to be omnichannel. We've used audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing on other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio. I think using the audio influencers has been a huge component for us. Working with our we've been able to really tease out the audio influencers in key markets that were authentic Chipotle fans. And because it's authentic and because they're seen as trusted friends by the customers and the listeners, it's really been an effective strategy.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, signature catchphrase is? It's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. Their skill-friendly stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember the thing. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Even business owners and entrepreneurs ready to make your financial dreams come true? Well, get ready to score big with SwishFunding.com, the slam dunk solution for all your business funding needs. Just like that satisfying swish when the ball goes in, SwishFunding.com guarantees you a seamless funding experience. Working capital, expanding your business, upgrading your equipment, or even covering payroll. If you have at least $25,000 in monthly revenue and been in business for at least 1 year, qualifying is easier than a layup. At Swish Funding, we fund up to $5 million in 24 hours. SwishFunding.com's team will guide you every step of the way. No more banking red tape, just quick, decisive action to get you back in the game. Head over to SwishFunding.com and slam dunk your financial goals today. Remember, it's not just a shot in the dark, it's a surefire swish. Go to SwishFunding.com. That's SWISH Funding.com. SwishFunding.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Portions of the following program are pre-recorded.
Have you used her debit card for a walk?
Look, there are a lot of people around the world who would love to have that as their main problem. Ukraine, Gaza, Israel, Russia.
The Tim Connolly Jr. Show.
The biggest problem is, I had to use my debit card for the extra $1 at McDonald's.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Christian movies about people on the spectrum who run marathons, and an article in The Athletic with the high ass factor, high butt factor, and it's something that coaches look for in athletes. If they've got nice butt, it's like it shows that they're a powerhouse, right? And that's where you get your power from. If Bill Belichick would only have defensive linemen with big asses, because in his mind, and a lot of coaches believe the same thing, you have a big butt, you have a lot of power. It's like hitters, when they tell you to put your ass into it, sure.
Okay.
When you have the plate,
This reminds me of something else I did because I had time to waste.
tell me more.
There's a YouTube channel called There. I wrote it.
Okay.
And somebody put together Simon and Garfunkel singing a Sir Mix-a-Lot classic.
You and I really need to get to work. It's great. It's It's great. My husband fixed a dishwasher this weekend.
I knew he could.
I've been on the YouTube,
I knew he could.
ordered the parts, and fixed that thing.
Was it a rack problem? The slides? What was the problem? Oh, you didn't ask any follow-up questions?
I pretended to listen when he showed me what he did. All right. Bird watching. It's very important. If you've seen, I think it's called, what is it, the big number, the big Big Year is the movie. Great movie to explain bird watching and what bird watchers look to do, and it's to see as many bird species as possible. Late last year, a guy named Peter was about to log his 10,000th bird species seen in the wild, and then Jason Mann showed up.
Jason who?
Jason Mann. And a previously unknown competitor by the name of Jason Mann flew in out of nowhere to snatch the record out from under 70-year-old Peter.
Like a raptor.
Peter was just approaching the finish line for his record 10,000 birds. But the mystery birder, Jason, seemed to have uploaded a backlog of thousands of species he had seen over several decades to now defunct birding site surfbirds.com.
Yo.
Listing more than 9,000 birds over the course of a few months. Everyone was surprised. Who is this guy? What is he doing? 2 people break 10,000 species and on the same day can it be?
Okay, so
I think I have probably about 4 or 5 birding apps on my phone.
Peter, the older guy, says on the internet you can post anything you want. And he's not really the one who's most upset about what's going on. This Jason Mann character, it's other people in the birding community who believe that Peter Kastner is the guy who is achieving something miraculous here.
And there is a broad range of intensity, shall we say, in the bird watching world. Casual hobbyists are known as bird watchers, while seeking to log species in a more competitive manner is known as birding. Those who log large numbers of species and rare sightings call themselves listeners. And then people like Peter who seek to break world records are known as big listers. A lot of it's an honor system.
Well, there's no centralized authority, I guess you could say. I mean, they talk about John James Audubon and his announcement back in the 19th century that he wanted to list all birds throughout North America with physical drawings. Now think about that compared to what Peter and Jason can do now with digital cameras and artificial intelligence. And, I mean, the idea that you find 10,000 different bird species alone seems, for a lot of these people, impossible. And that one person would be able to do it in their lifetime seemed at least very improbable.
Well, Peter, who lives in a suburb of Baltimore, 70-year-old Peter has been watching birds as long as he can remember. Joined his older brother birding as early as the age of 4. He is a career diplomat. He took advantage of his travels around the world to see as many species as possible. Set a record in 1986 for being the first person to observe an example of every bird family in the wild. Built up a reputation in the birding community. In 2018, he realized he had surpassed 9,000. Again, pursuing the $10,000 or 10,000 bird milestone. And he was highlighted in an article in Outside Magazine. He said that he put a target on his back when that was published. And then he said, little did I know Jason Mann would be aiming for it.
Wow. He said he quietly had to move up a planned trip to Taiwan where he was going to see a handful of final species to get into that 10,000 level. But this other guy, Jason Mann, was adding nearly a dozen new species each day.
It's a race. If you see The Big Year, it's a great movie. I've seen it a number of times, but it really breaks down the competitiveness of bird watching.
Jason Mann claims to have seen his 10,000th species in Colombia, a chestnut-bellied flower piercer, just hours before Kastner on the same day.
That sounds suspicious.
It's very suspicious.
What you gotta do with Father Judge? Father Judge and Savage One. I'ma get you drunk.
We'll talk trending when we come back to Gary and Shannon.
What you gotta do with all that essence and energy? Gonna make you scream. My heart, my heart.
left California a long time ago. We're bringing it back. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, County.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app.
Fatal shooting in a sheriff's station of Denver, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A teenage girl has fatally shot herself with a deputy's gun in the city of Industry.
The girl knocked on a sheriff's station lobby door before allegedly lunging for the gun of one of the deputies who answered. LA County Sheriff's Lieutenant Mark Spencer says deputies struggled with the girl who ended up shooting herself.
The deputies are okay. It's an unfortunate situation for everyone involved.
Deputies say they responded to the girl's home before the shooting last night. On report, she was having a mental health crisis. The girl had left before deputies arrived. Controlling KFI News.
Investigators are asking the public how to locate a man who was kidnapped in Midway City. OC Sheriff Sergeant Matthew Harris says a woman called to report that a masked man assaulted them, then assaulted and grabbed Tony Lamb from in front of his home.
The previous night, on March 14th, he had spent some time at a couple of different restaurants. One was the LB restaurant and Lounge in Westminster, and the other one was the 171 Sky restaurant in Garden Grove.
Harris says 2 men were charged last week with felony aggravated kidnapping, but neither will say where Lamb is. One of them was convicted of murder in 2000. Orange County has changed how 911 calls are handled.
Now, 911 calls can be diverted to the behavioral health department.
Local healthcare agency director Dr. Veronica Kelly says 911 calls are now screened as part of a partnership with the OC Sheriff's Department.
There are just a few questions that the dispatcher will ask. Is the subject in immediate danger to themselves or others? Are they committing a crime? Needing a safety hazard?
Kelly says the screening process, which started this month, frees up police and fire for their respective emergencies while sending someone in crisis the targeted help they need. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The LA School District Superintendent is asking for more adult mentors to support students.
Superintendent Alberto Carvalho updated the LA City Council on what he called successes and challenges. Carvalho said last week the LA School District's math scores are going up, but reading scores are still struggling. Superintendent said chronic absence remains a problem. He also asked for more adults in LA to get involved to serve as mentors for district students.
We have identified 27,000 kids in our school system that require that additional support.
Carvalho asked the City Council to consider asking the city workforce to become involved. Michael Monks, KFI
A
News.
federal judge in New York has set a trial date for the hush money case against former President Trump. Jury selection starts April 15th. Trump's attorney, Todd Blanche, says the decision is completely unfair.
We very much believe that starting this trial in April, or even starting this trial at any point before the election, is completely unfair to President Trump.
The hush money case stems from a payment made to court actor Stormy Daniels during Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. The judge told Trump's lawyers they should have acted sooner if they believed they did not have all the records they felt they were entitled to.
That's surprising and unfortunate.
Israel's prime minister has canceled a delegation visit to D.C. following the U.S. abstaining from voting in a U.N. Security Council resolution. The resolution was approved 14-0 by the 15-member council.
The reason we didn't veto it is because there are also things in that resolution that are consistent with our long-term position. Most importantly, that there should be a ceasefire and that there should be release of hostages.
State Department's Matthew Miller says the U.S. planned on introducing alternatives to Israel's military operations in Rafah. The U.S. says it's ready to present Israel with plans to defeat Hamas without causing civilian harm. And NASA says it needs your help to research the upcoming solar eclipse April 8th.
The Sun Scature app will use data from people's smartphones to assist researchers in better understanding the sun's actual shape. NASA says people can download the Sun Scature app, and then during the eclipse, people just have to anchor their phone up to capture the event on video. The app will then do all the work. NASA says once all those videos are collected, the sun's size and shape can be calculated to within a few kilometers. An accuracy, scientists say, that is far better than currently known. Steve Greger, KFI News.
The KFI financial update is sponsored by Quantum ePay. The Dow is down 144, S&P 500 down 7, NASDAQ up 5.
Brought to you by Quantum ePay. Merchants who make the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just add $2.50 on your cell and say keyword Quantum.
Southland weather for KFI, sunny and windy in some spots, highs low to upper 60s for Metro LA, in the beaches of Lindosia and the IE. 60s to low 70s in the valleys, mid-50s to around 60 for the high desert. Right now, 60 in Tustin, 56 in Laguna Beach, 57 in Montana, and a 65 in Van Nuys. Back we go to the 57 in Brand. 57 southbound between Imperial Highway and Portland Boulevard is completely shut down due to an accident with a big rig, and it's going to be this way into the afternoon, so avoid this if you can. It is completely shut down. 57 southbound of Imperial Highway down to Portland Boulevard. It is stacked up now from Diamond Bar Boulevard. If you're on the 57 northbound, right at Imperial Highway, they're still working on that wreck on that side as well. On carpool, and the two left lanes are blocked. You can back up about a mile. It's going to be stopped from Chapman Avenue there. In Pasadena, 210 eastbound before you get to Lake Avenue, got stalled blocking the carpool lane. Still trouble at Castaic on 5 southbound between Temple Highway and Lake Hughes Road. That accident is blocking the two right lanes. Heads up in Anaheim, 90 eastbound before Euclid Street, a large metal beam reported in the second lane from your left. Also, Bishop Behavior on 5 southbound Florissant Parkway. A stall is in the middle lane. And it's slow in Victorville. Another incident with a semi. 15 southbound after Bear Valley Road. An overturned semi SFR block. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Garnett. So,
Need a brain boost? Try Neuromag Magnesium L-Theanine for life extension. Magnesium plays an important role in healthy memory and cognitive function, but not all magnesium supplements are easy for your brain to absorb. Neuromag is formulated with an ultra-absorbable form of magnesium, making it a brilliant choice to provide the maximum benefits for your brain health. So, boost your brain performance, memory, and attention with Neuromag today.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that's not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, and mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about pain or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asking medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Hearing Shade and KMIA 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hopefully we'll find out more information about what exactly led to this 17-year-old girl who apparently committed suicide at an LA County Sheriff's Station over the weekend. She was knocking on the front door at that station in the City of Industry last night. Deputies answered the door. She was able to jump into the lobby. Was able to reach for one of the deputies' holstered firearms and took possession of it. She caused a commotion. She made noise. She struggled with the deputies and then eventually suffered a self-inflicted gunshot wound, was the way the sheriff's department said it. Said it may have stemmed from family disturbance nearby, but we haven't gotten a whole lot of details about what that might have been.
A Dodger star Shohei Ohtani is set to address the media today for the first time since allegations of illegal gambling and theft involving his former interpreter and friend came to light. Major League Baseball says it has started a formal investigation into the accusations. He's accused, the interpreter is, of receiving more than $4.5 million to pay off gambling debts made with an illegal bookie. It was an investigation into that illegal bookie that uncovered Ohtani's names in the books.
Speaking of the final few days of spring training, the Dodgers will host the Angels again tonight at Dodger Stadium, 6 o'clock, and then the regular season gets underway. Outside, of course, the Korea games that were played between the Dodgers and Padres, the rest of the regular season gets underway on Thursday.
What else is going on?
Time for What's Happening.
Well, they got the four guys, they say, killed 133 people over the weekend on that attack in the suburban Moscow concert hall. Putin says authorities have gotten the four people that carried this thing out, that they are radical Islamists. They appeared in court, tortured, signs that they had been tortured. One guy's ear was cut off. There was a report that they made him eat his ear that they cut off. Another guy got electrocuted in the genitals. He had a visible catheter there. Others were saying that they cut off one of his genitals. It was really Game of Thrones stuff going on.
The images from the actual complex where the theater was that it took place were pretty amazing because they said 137 people were killed, more than 180 injured. The death toll could go up because the fires that were set in the theater that night, Friday night, basically caused a lot of the building itself to collapse. So they have, over the course of the last couple of days, been trying to go through there and see if they can find any other bodies, etc. The United States has sanctioned some Chinese-based hackers for targeting U.S. critical infrastructure. This seems to be a pretty common theme. Like once a week for the last 5 or 6 weeks, we've done some story about Chinese-based hackers cracking into American infrastructure.
Last week it was water.
Yeah. In this case, the U.S. and the U.K. sanctioned representatives of Wuhan Shao Science and Technology Company, which is based in Wuhan, of course. They said it was a front company that the Treasury Department alleges has served as a cover for multiple malicious cyber operations. They refer to it as Wuhan XRZ, which I should have said in the first place.
A shakeup at Boeing. Dave Calhoun will be stepping down as CEO at the end of the year. They're still calling that door blowing off that Alaska Airlines flight an accident. He says,
you did hear that they're telling the FBI has been interviewing passengers who said that this is being investigated as a crime.
Attorneys have been, that's what I mentioned earlier, attorneys have been digging around telling people you may have been the victim of a crime because they want to get their pockets fattened up.
Here's what Dave Calhoun said about why he's not leaving, today.
Let's not avoid what happened with Alaska Air. Let's not avoid the call for action. Let's not avoid the changes we have to make in the factory. Let's not avoid the need to slow down a bit and let the supply chain catch up. We got to get it back, just like we got with the rest. And we will get through that. I've committed myself to the board to do exactly that.
I don't remember the last time a CEO of Boeing stepped down voluntarily. I mean, without some sort of controversy surrounding him, because he's filling in for Dennis Muhlenberg, or took over the company in 2019 from Dennis Muhlenberg. Dennis Muhlenberg was ousted in December of that year by the board.
TikTok bill faces uncertain fate. Legislation has stalled. Children are threatening the lives of Congress members because they don't want their TikTok taken away.
Again, just another sad symptom of the problem that we created.
That's heroin that we gave these kids, now we're trying to yank it away.
One young voice left a message for North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis. Okay, listen, if you ban TikTok, I will find you and shoot you. I'll shoot you and find you and cut you into pieces.
I'm sorry.
Another one threatened to kill Tillis and then take his own life.
At least they're involved in government again.
Is that what you're
It's like civics.
I suppose. Like a civics lesson.
Okay, coming up next.
Swamp Light. A couple of quick, funny
A man shot while driving through the Hyde Park area of LA is in critical condition after 10 last night while the car was going.
What up, Bobby? You Kim? I'm kicking ass, taking names. How you doing, baby? Good to hear. What's new? How did that go? I gotcha. What do you usually shoot?
It's very similar to the 9/11.
Very cool. And this is in Switzerland, right? This is in Switzerland? Go ahead, you were saying something?
Yeah, or you had an interview with this Rothschild guy?
Yeah. So, I spoke with him last night, and he wants to have more light on his show this week, and his show is huge. It has 170,000 listeners to it right now. I agree. I think it could be really big for the community.
How did you speak to him? What did that happen?
Great question. I've been trying to talk to this guy for like a year. He might be the biggest person on Twitter Spaces. Arguably he or Mario Norfall or one of those two. I mean, Mario Norfall, or like Elon Musk, obviously. Mario Norfall has some big events, but he doesn't have an everyday space. David does, and David's space is huge. So his normal space has like hundreds of people, and it's impossible for me to ever talk, especially when I go on there with my rabbi accounts. He never calls on me because he thinks I'm a troll or whatever. But all my rabbi accounts have been banned. So the only accounts that I have, and that's 2,100 accounts, 2,100 accounts. So the only accounts that I have are like accounts that I made for other reasons. Like I made a Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu one that was just in Twitter Spaces all the time. It created its own Twitter space, and it was a video Twitter space. That one had like 100 followers. So it looked like a legitimate account. And so I went into one of his spaces that he was holding last night that didn't have a ton of people. I saw he had the biggest space that was available to me on Twitter, but it didn't have that many people. It had like 200 people in it. And so I was like, man, there's a chance that I might be able to speak to this guy for a few reasons. One, it's a smaller space for this guy. Two, I personally am not my normal avatar. So that might mean that I may be able to speak with him kind of undercover. And the name of the space was Meme Coins, What Are You Buying? Or something like that. So like, this is perfect. So he talks a lot. And he talked for like 30 minutes. And he's like, I'm gonna get to the request, blah 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 blah. He talks to a couple of his friends, and then he calls on me. And I'm like, I don't even tell him I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I just say, I want to make you aware that we have a really great community, that our Deb was just in karate combat against BitBoy. We've been streaming our coin for now 10 months, every single day, 24/7. And we have more data on the coin than any other coin. And it's an exceptionally exciting community to be a part of, And he said, you know what? I keep hearing about this coin. I keep seeing it everywhere. And now you just told me about it. I want to have more light, you said his name was? And I said, yeah. He said, I want to have more light on my morning show this week. And I said, I will make that happen. I will get that arranged. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Like, after that, I didn't want to screw it up. I was like, great. That's all I want. I was able to talk to you. Now, the one thing I would have loved to do is be like, oh, and I'm Rabbi Rothschild, but I already said we should stream it. That's fine. He knows there's a lot of data on this project. That's great. I don't need to get into all of that. We need to become his friend. So after that, I said, thank you so much. I dropped down to listener. And then some other people came up and spoke, and they were like, yeah, that's a really great project. They do a whole lot for the developing world and all the things that we do. And so they knew about it. And he's like, great. Well, hopefully we'll be talking to their dev this week on my show. And so immediately thereafter, I got into the PG, and I started spamming more like, hey, dude, he wants you to come on the show. And then there were other people who were in there who heard me talking about it. So, because it was, I had 200 people in there, and any space that has 200 people on Telegram or on Twitter, chances are you're going to get one or two like invested in Harry Potter. So there were some people who came into the Telegram like, oh my God, good job. That's amazing. That's the biggest get on Twitter, on DeFi Twitter, basically. So then I didn't get a chance to talk to him all yesterday, but I talked to him today. And I asked him, will you please send him a DM? And he said he would. So that's solid. If we get that, that's going to be huge for the coin. I was looking just randomly on Twitter how many people David Goldstein gets, and it wasn't like I had to go back to one of his old videos. No, currently he was online. He had 170,000 people watching him on a video. Like, it was impressive. It's like, oh my God, if we got more light on this, this is going to be huge. I agree.
I was thinking the Telegram chat, I saw that you ranking it.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Exactly. So, hopefully that happens this week. I mean, David was very adamant. I want to have him on the and it wasn't like, oh, I want to have him on the show sometime or whatever. It was like, no, this will only, I'll get that done. All you had to do was give us the opportunity, and I will annoy Morelight if he even doesn't want to do it, that this is such a good opportunity, but he knows who he is. Basically, everyone on crypto or on Twitter Spaces knows who this guy is. There are a couple, like, regular hosts who get all the people to come to their events, basically, or at least over time. He's one of them. Mario Narwhal is one of them. There are a couple others who have, and these are people who have like other media operations. Goldstein has his own media company. So, I mean, we can be really featured on some cool things with this. So that's super exciting. I'm glad you were able to see all that.
Yeah, I'm super excited. This week has been great. I also did this rainbow stuff TV thing. Prize actions were ran out.
That's tight. As you should be. Now, I got something else going. Let me see if I can show you this. It's not done yet, but it's, I'm always tinkering with things. Like, I've always got little projects going. And I'll show you this one. All right. So, live stream started. Okay, I'm going to take a look. I'm in a bunch of different Telegrams. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to send you the link to some. Let's see, what's the easiest way for me to do this? Basically, I'm making it so that I'm going to have 10 Telegram channels. Each one that has a different camera. Now I know the ideal thing would be like, well, why don't you just have one Telegram channel that has all the cameras? But the way Telegram works with its live streaming features, I don't have that ability. And I know you would say, well, why don't you just live stream into this channel? And the thing is, by live stream into a channel, other people can't talk in it. So I want other people to be able to talk. So what I'm gonna do is send you these links, and they're basically like permanent links. Basically, whenever I'm streaming, you can go to these links and check out a different view. And I'm not saying you're gonna be the person who, well, rather, that's what I wanna do. But there are some people out there who either I'm in their Telegram and the camera goes down, or because the app or whatever crashes, something happens and they wanna be able to make sure something didn't happen. I don't know, people all the time are like, hey, I was worried about you, what's going on? So I'm gonna send you the link, and you can see it's really seamless. It's a different layout. Bobby, were you the person telling me that you were like, it was someone from Europe, and I thought it might have been you, but if I'm mistaken, apologies in advance. You had said that you had a channel and you were live streaming in that channel from your computer using an RTMP key. That was nice. Oh yeah, you did it doing OBS. Yeah, okay, that's good. So you did it using OBS. Were you able to communicate with other people in that Telegram at the time, or was it just you?
I made it so like the OBS was taking my voice too, so they could hear me.
Well, wait, what I'm trying to say is, were there other people who had their cameras on as well? Were there other people who had their cameras on in the room as well? Or was it just you? Okay. That's all right. Okay, so right now I have 3 of the cameras going, which I think is pretty impressive. So just one moment, and I'm gonna send you the link, if I can. And that would be baller. It would be really baller if you could check them out and make sure they work on your end. They work on my end, but that doesn't always mean that it works. All right, so I'm gonna find you, Bobby. I found you. I'm sending you a direct message. Can you join those Telegrams? You don't have to do human verify or anything. You can just go in and just make sure that it's live streaming camera there. Absolutely, I appreciate it.
You can vote through tomorrow. We'll do the next round starting tomorrow. So let us know who is your favorite breakfast burrito based on the 16 that we have available. You can also do it online, KFIM640.com/breakfast burrito.
You always tuck these in here to get Steel Monday. These news items are difficult. He's in the news enough. You don't have to force it every week. I know you love his music, and so does everybody else, but really, again, Young Cook ate a sandwich yesterday. Let's talk about it. Mixtape Monday. You don't know what I'm talking about? Also, Spice Girls are eating news.
Me too. Did I do that?
No, that one's for me.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Hart is live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Boeing CEO and 2 other senior executives are stepping down because of unsafety issues.
Could you see it, Bobby?
Seen ongoing issues since January when a door panel blew out on a Boeing 737 MAX plane.
So that'll be really neat. I mean, not everybody cares, but as the stream gets bigger, it's more opportunities to be able to see me, and they work and they're really good. I'm surprised at how clear Telegram is. Now, Telegram isn't perfect though, so some of their software has features that they offer. They say if you're an admin of a channel, you can stream in that channel. That is not true. I'm sorry, you can stream using their RTMP feature. That is not true. Only if you're a creator. And I looked at all the documentation on this issue, and apparently it's like enterprise-wide. So they advertise if you're an admin or a creator of a channel, you can stream just like I'm streaming in it, but that's not true. You have to be the creator of the channel. Because, and here's the other thing. Then I had a friend of mine who has a pretty big channel, and I was like, hey, can I stream? I already streamed it. I'm actually streaming in there on the phone right next to you, the one from which I'm speaking to you. He's like, yeah, you can stream in there with this other feature. I was like, oh, great. And then when I tried to, he didn't even get those features offered, and he has basically the software is varying from device to device. So I don't know exactly what Telegram is doing, but they have some really nice features and some features that could use some work. But I really appreciate probably the feedback that you were able to give me on this. So thank you. If you're wondering where did Rabbi go, I'm literally right here, but you can't see. I'm just gonna be out of frame just for a second. Not a second, but for a little bit, because I'm working on another computer. But I'm here. So are you a good shooter? Meaning, like, are you accurate? Do you think you would be able to shoot me if I were running across a field at 50 meters away?
Yeah.
You'd be able to get me with a handgun? No way, you're really good. Oh wow, so that's like you've been training for me. with a pistol. Amazing. Okay, so when you wow. Okay, so when you train, do you train on a target that's like a target with like circles around it, or is it like a human? Okay. And so basically, with that, if I were we won't even say moving, just stable, and you're shooting at that at 50 meters, and I give you, let's say, 10 bullets. Of the 10 bullets, how many are going to hit the target? I'm not saying the bullseye. I'm just saying the target. Like, will all 10 of them? Will 5 of 10? What are we looking at? Yeah, no, let's say I'm stable, just dead still. Okay, so all of them will. And will most of them be very close to the bullseye?
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually I think when I'm shooting the target, it's divided in 10. Usually I have a 9 or 10.
Oh wow, okay. So you're very accurate. All right, well, that's good to know. That's good to know. Have you ever read this is another topic, but it's kind of it's creepy, but it's always fascinated me. There's this short story called The Most Dangerous Game. It's about human hunting. Have you ever heard about this book? All right, so there was a Gilligan's Island, a television show in the United States. Have you ever heard of Gilligan's Island? Okay, so it's like a classic TV show, like in the 1960s, in the United States. All right, so the short story goes like this, something like this. It's been like 20 years since I've read this book, but basically there's like a shipwreck, and the people who are in the shipwreck make it to this what they think is a deserted island. On the deserted island, they start searching it, and they end up finding this huge mansion, like a very, for the time, modern mansion. So they know it's made by like a Western person, not an islander. And they end up sneaking inside and find out that this person is like a big game hunter. And I'm gonna slaughter it basically if I don't say it correctly. So just one moment. And I also want, it's like a classic piece of.
Social casino style games to choose from, with new games released each week. You can play for free anytime, anywhere, and each day brings a new chance to collect daily bonuses. So join me in the fun. Sign up now at
Just one moment, I'm getting it for you.
ChumbaCasino.com.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on
Alright, the most dangerous game is a classic horror genre and the first survival flick ever made. It was out in 1932. It was a movie, but it's a short story in 1924. Let's see here. Okay, so he washes up on shore of a private island after a boating accident, meets its owner, General Zaroff. The general is a shitty but polite character who introduces himself as a fellow hunter and claims to be after the titular most dangerous game. After a lot of dialogue, it finally is revealed that he's actually hunting human beings, and Rainsford gets picked to be the next prey. The hunt itself takes only a few pages, during which Rainsford outsmarts his pursuers, confronts Zaroff, and then, I won't say what happens, but it's a relatively famous story, especially a short story from the 20s ago. And it has had several acknowledged and unacknowledged adaptations, although many focus more on the hunt and less on the mystery. This means the modern reader probably knows what it's about before reading it, or can guess it fairly easily. This makes the bulk of the story work. Let's see here. So basically, so how did we get on the topic? Well, when I was like, do you think you'd be able to shoot me? That's the, I guess if you were hunting, that's how it would be. Do you ever shoot shotguns, Bobby? Oh, no way. Why not? Is it legal in Switzerland? Oh, wow. So people have shotguns in their houses? Excellent. Bobby, when shit hits the fan, I'm going to come live with you. So you better teach me all the ways, okay? I'm going to live in a bunker in Switzerland. And we're going to watch the whole world crumble. Word, man. We're going to be live on 10 different streams at once. That'll be beautiful. That's amazing. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful, beautiful sentiment. All right. I have, so believe it or not, I'm working on this. I've got at least 7 more of these streams to go, but I'm troubleshooting one of them. So I hate to be rude, but I'm going to work on this. I'm still here. I'm still talkable. Excellent. So I think it would be really a big deal if More Light does this week, and he seemed positive to do it, and he's got a great personality, and I think like for an influencer such as this Goldstein to now know about us, I mean, like, we made a connection in his mind yesterday, and that's a big opportunity for us and the ticker to get famous. Like, he's like, I see this ticker Bitcoin everywhere. That's what he said. His exact quote was, he said, exactly. He said, I see this ticker Bitcoin everywhere, but I don't know anything about it. And I know it's a meme coin. Like, this is the way his show goes. It's pretty interesting. I mean, it's kind of boring, but he says, all right, we're going to go through all of the meme coins, and he goes through all the animals. So he goes through, like, the frog and the capybara and all these things. He goes through them all. And then he does the request from the audience, and he said, I see this meme coin everywhere. I see ticker Bitcoin everywhere, but I don't know anything about it. I told him about it. He said, it's really nice to know that. Well, here was the bad thing, Bobby. Right before I'm about to speak, he has a friend come on. And he's like, hey, how you doing? And the friend's like, oh, I'm doing really well. He's like, your PFP changed. And the friend's like, yeah, it did. I was embarrassed the other day because you told me I was shilling my project, and I didn't want to shill my project. I was just letting people know about it. And David's like, no, it's fine. I understand people come in here and they're going to shill. But honestly, I can't stand it. I can't stand people who shill. It bothers me. That's not what we're here for. If you want to shill, go shill somewhere else. Don't shill here. So I'm the next person up, and all I'm going to do is shill this fucking coin. So I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm fucked. So he's like, all right, well, what is this Harry Potter, whatever, you go. And I'm like, all right, well, I want to make you aware that we're a different project. We have a really great community. We live stream it. All the videos recorded on YouTube. We just had our founder who was in the karate combat. We just had an all-time high. We have over 100,000 followers on Twitter. There are really a lot of exciting opportunities with this coin. And I wanted to make you aware of it. Thank you for that. And he's like, oh, yeah, I know about More Light. And I said, and I also said, he was just, More Light was just in a fight with Bitcoin. So, yeah, I want to have More Light on the show sometime this week. And that was the golden ticket. Once he said that, I didn't want to say anything more. I just was like, all right, I'll get it done. That's it. I don't need to talk to you anymore. You did everything that you needed to do for me. And now it's about me getting to More Light and saying, More Light, you need to do this. And it seems like he's going to do it. So I don't know what David's schedule is and how tightly packed he is. It seems like it's more professional than he has employees and things. So I imagine it might be something like, yeah, we've got Thursday open, or we got Friday open, or we've got next Monday open or something. But More Light. And the other thing too, David's DMs are open, but that might mean he might get a ton of DMs. So I told More Light to DM him, and I'll be on More Light. If you didn't get back to him, DM him again, and if that didn't work, we'll get a bunch of Sprotos to DM him, and then also comment on one of his posts or something, so that he's like, what the fuck is going on? Oh yeah, I'll get with them. You know what I mean? If you don't know what it is, I think you know what it is. We're gonna get his attention, is what I'm saying. I agree. Now, I don't know if we've ever been on something so big. I know that Harry Potter, I saw it, I one time saw it on Spanish television or something. Do you remember this? Yeah, I want to say it was Portuguese. That's what it was. It's Portuguese television. Yeah, that's the biggest thing on which I've ever seen it, and it wasn't featured. It wasn't an interview with someone. It was just kind of in the background. So this is a really exciting opportunity to talk about the coin, to talk about the community, to talk about Sprotos, and I was really happy too to make that connection with David so that he knows what this is now. Before, it's kind of confusing. It's actually very confusing. The ticker's Bitcoin. Huh? Bitcoin. Its ticker's Bitcoin. No, it's not. Its ticker's BTC. Ticker Bitcoin is actually Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Million. And then you're like, well, what the fuck kind of name is that? And you're like, well, it's a bunch of different memes. It's a mockery of all of the other meme coins that just choose one. We chose a bunch of them. And it goes back to 4chan as an organic start. And it started with a market cap of $7. And now it has a market cap of $136 million. That's really exciting. And with all of these things, I think that could green candles, at least for a little bit. Honestly, I shouldn't say that. We're gonna then become a regular thing on his show. When he goes through and he checks the little coins and how they're doing, He's going to check ours every day, and he might mention it every day, and that would be huge, because then we become like a regular part of his show. We all start chiming in, we all start joining it, and then it's like, oh yeah, let's see how Harry Potter Obama Sonic Continue is doing, along with Pepe, and along with Dogecoin, along with Shiba Inu, and all that other shit. You know what I mean? Super excited. I agree. I don't know why we don't do more of this stuff. Well, I shouldn't say that. We try. We do it. We do it a lot. I shouldn't say. Let me go back on that. I don't mean that. We do a lot of that stuff. I should say, I know we do a lot of it, and I think we should do more. That's what I should have said. Because we just did Between Two Sprotos last week with Slum Doge Millionaire. He's an influencer. I just watched his documentary on this stream last week, and he has a fascinating story. And it's just about making inroads with these communities and these influencers, and then they're going to show up. They're going to, know who we are. They're going to mention us. The more we get mentioned, the higher the ticket price goes. So can't beat that.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got clear runway, no one is fine. We're just going to circle here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick. So I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+ terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Xfinity customers, iHeartRadio is available free on Xfinity X1 or on Xfinity Flex. The easiest way to access iHeartRadio, just press and hold the microphone button on your Xfinity remote and say iHeartRadio, and you'll be taken directly to the iHeartRadio app to listen to all your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts right on your TV. Plus, check out Xfinity Ambient Moods to set your screen to beautiful photos and videos paired with hand-curated playlists from iHeartRadio to set the right mood. The screen you watch the most in your home, and you never knew that it was one of the most popular ways to listen to iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
When you Google search the word culpable, here's what it comes back with in the dictionary. Culpable. Adjective. The definition. Deserving blame.
You got two people over there, and neither one of them have the same story. If the man kills them, that should have been disagreed between both of them. When you get two stories, somebody's right.
And when used in a sentence, sometimes you're just as culpable when you watch something as when you actually participate.
My theory is that there was a third person there.
But in some cases, like this one I learned about in Meridian, Mississippi, the word can take on even more meaning. Because in this case, if you really want to consider who's to blame, you gotta look beyond the suspect.
This was a 45-minute investigation. 45 minutes. And ironically, it was called to a halt by Assistant Police Chief looking into an investigation.
And it gets worse and worse and worse. The more you know.
From Black Mountain Media and Tenderfoot TV, this is Culpable.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
I'm just astonished and stunned that the fix stones in California
economic understanding is just astonishing. John Rothschild's stiff and destructive live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
You're into KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Deborah, I could not believe that you had not watched Dirty John yet. The podcasts are great.
Okay, so I was hanging out with a friend yesterday, and somehow we started talking about Dirty John. She's, oh my God, you have to listen to the podcast. I don't know anything about this. So I binged. I think I watched 4 episodes.
Yeah, if you get a chance, the original one, Dirty John, was about John Meehan, who swindled a woman in Orange County, I believe. And the reporting on the podcast is phenomenal, and the shows, it's all very good. It's a very good industry of bad people.
I sent Shannon a text last night. I said, oh my God, you gotta watch this. My God, you watched that so long.
I believe that years ago. Yeah, it's a good one.
Speaking of watching for different reasons, I checked out the new Roadhouse.
And
Jake Gyllenhaal and Conor McGregor.
Yeah.
Jessica Williams. It was very entertaining. You know what you're getting. But the music, I thought, was one of the that's called Horsepower. But he goes, he's credited as Austin Post in the in the credits as opposed to Post Malone. So that was kind of weird. But it was some great songs. But Jake Gyllenhaal plays Jack Dalton. That's going to be, of course, taking over as the bouncer for this Roadhouse down in the Florida Keys. In this case, instead of Missouri. But since it's a Roadhouse, there's music the whole time, and there is all kinds of great music. Some of it is cover songs, some of it's the original stuff that they use, but I thought that was quite nice.
Do I need to watch the original Roadhouse?
If anything, you watch it just to be like, oh, they took that character out and they changed that character.
Is the original Roadhouse worth a watch?
I love it. I think it's great. If nothing else, because now, 88. If you were to just look at it, 89 is when the original came out. If you look at it, you're 9 years old. And think about that's how movies were made when you were 9. The lighting is totally different. All that stuff is very, very staged.
Yeah.
That's the part that I think is weird about it. But I remember watching it. I was 16 at the time. I mean, it was an excellent summer, fluffy.
I love movies that were made in the late 90s, late 80s, early 90s, because that was when I was that age of like 8 or 9 or 10 when movies were magic, and they all had that soft lighting. Like there was just no way that they were shot back then. I was just reading in this People profile of Robert Downey Jr., and they mentioned his movie Chances Are from 1989. And I was so enamored with all the movies that came out that I got to go see. And that was one of them. And I haven't seen that movie really since 1989, but I love that. They were talking about how he showed that he could carry a film in that one, where he plays like a time traveler. It's a love story. But anyway, I think I will check out the original Roadhouse.
I mean, that's really good. The original. Did you see the new one?
Yes, I did.
And it's not really good.
No, it's too much CGI.
It's good. It's good. You know what you're getting into. I mean, it's like, it's Jake Gyllenhaal. That's the first one. It's an apparently very cooked up Conor McGregor making his way through the. He had some funny stuff. There were some funny moments, and it was lighthearted. But so yeah, that's on Amazon. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee has just signed off on legislation designed to protect songwriters, performers, and other music industry professionals against the potential dangers of artificial intelligence.
talking about Mr. Bumper Bus.
That's why I'm really kind of but Governor Lee out of Tennessee knows that they are the center for a lot of the music industry in the entire, well, I guess you could say in the entire world. The birthplace of country music, the launch pad for a bunch of musical legends. They said the goal is to make sure that AI tools cannot replicate an artist's voice without their consent. And this bill will go into effect on July 1st. That was, in fact, one of the questions we had goofing around with that AI song generator was, would you be able to do it in the style of Neil Young, right? You know, Chris Christopherson or something, you know, would you be able to specify that? These voices that they came up with, I don't know where they got them, where they sampled them from. But you can only do genres of music. You can't do actual artists. You can do country, you can do pop, whatever. But they said it's one of 3 states. Specifically, Tennessee is one of 3 states where name, photographs, and likenesses are considered a property right rather than a right of publicity. This new one is called the Ensuring Likeness, Voice, and Image Security Act, the Elvis Act. Voice likeness would now be added to that list specifically, so you cannot go use AI to make it sound like somebody else.
Remember when we made the song about milking the male goat, and they took it a step further? They picked up that football and they ran it down the field with milking the thing dry.
Yeah, until your hands
We didn't prompt it to milk the goat dry.
We didn't say disgusting.
We didn't say cross the line AI and get weird about it.
Walk up this morning with a boy go by my side. He looked at me with those big old eyes. I said, hey, Dad, what you doing here? He just looked at me and started scared.
That's good to see you start singing for me right there. Yeah. Oh boy. What should we write a song about this week?
I don't know. Because we can do it tomorrow.
Oh, we could do a song about John and Ken.
Okay. And they're really retreating.
Do you like how I'm constantly trying to bring Ken back?
You've always had a weird fascination with him.
I know.
Nobody else has that.
We share a bond.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
You're the only one he talked to.
I was just going to say, I think you guys were 2 very, very different people. But that bond thing is
strong.
Oh, you saw each other.
What's going on?
We're going to promote this Menendez on Fox Station, or docu-series. Menendez Brothers case in the 90s, because we were a big part of it.
Yeah.
In this series.
Oh, that's great.
We gave a long interview.
I've watched about 97 miniseries, movies, documentaries about the Menendez brothers, and it's an insatiable appetite.
Oh, here's your 98. Now, it's an interesting perspective, because had they sympathetic to the Menendez brothers back then, everything was secular. Nobody cared if it happened. Nobody wanted to why it didn't happen. It was just made up.
It's kind of taboo.
Right. So nobody wanted to discuss it. So there's video of us from back then, the Friday the Midnight Yard sale, where we raised $4,000 for the prosecution. You don't know about that, do you? That's all too. We got hundreds of people showing us at the shows.
Oh, that's great.
Ken Garson ended up with a hung jury. He didn't have the money. He couldn't even afford pens and pads.
Wow.
So I had a 3-day hunger strike.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay, when does this thing come out?
It's supposed to be released today.
Oh.
It's 4 episodes tonight. And tomorrow we're going to have the director. I gave them hours worth of names.
Oh, wow.
Part of it.
I love it. It's just like the Christopher Dorner story. Big part of that one as well.
That's not bad.
Yeah, probably about a second.
What did you say, baby?
Perfect for achy, indecisive minds. KFI's cooling info gel quickly relieves ignorance and has a
You good?
50% KOST HD2.
What up, Tim?
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Still searching for a kidnapped man. Deborah Mark live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Orange County Sheriff has asked for help finding a man who was kidnapped in Midway City.
2 men have been charged with felony aggravated kidnapping. One of the men, Non Nguyen, is a convicted murderer. OC Sheriff Sergeant Matthew Parrish says a woman told police a man in a mask grabbed Tony Lamb right out in front of his house.
Our deputies, when they got there, through some different interviews and evidence that was left at the scene, were able to confirm that an assault did happen and then a kidnapping shortly thereafter.
Parrish says Lamb was last seen by friends, family, or co-workers 10 days ago at LB Restaurant and Lounge in Westminster and the 171 Sky Restaurant in Garden Grove. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The news is brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. A teenage girl has shot and killed herself with a deputy's gun in the city of Industry.
We believe that this incident stems from a disturbance, a family disturbance call that deputies were responding to or had responded to.
LA County Sheriff's Lieutenant Art Spencer says the girl knocked on the lobby door of the sheriff's station last night and lunged for one of the deputies' guns. The girl then shot herself during a struggle. Spencer says deputies had responded to a home before the shooting on reports the girl was having a mental health crisis. The girl was gone when deputies arrived. 911 calls in Orange County are being routed differently. OC Healthcare Agency Director Dr. Veronica Kelly says dispatchers now ask callers screening questions to determine whether police or a mobile crisis team is the best response.
The whole point is to get the individual in crisis to a safe place where they can receive care, and also to allow law enforcement to do their job of detecting and serving and addressing criminal activity.
Kelly says 911 callers are asked if a person is in immediate danger to themselves or if they're committing a crime or safety hazard. She says OC Healthcare started the screening process this month in partnership with the OC Sheriff's Department. More homes in the Hollywood Hills have been red tagged because of the landslide.
One home had a hole in its side where boulders and dirt ran through the house, breaking glass in the kitchen and caving in walls. This man has lived in the area for 5 years and says these people may be wealthy, but these are still homes they poured their lives into.
People might have been here for 20, 30 years, and the area has changed around them, and they might not be in the same situation as somebody else that came in a year ago or so.
More storms hit Southern California over the weekend, adding more rain to already saturated land. One neighbor said firefighters were called to the area yesterday where he watched the mud seep into the back of the homes. In the Hollywood Hills, Chris Atwood, KFI News.
The judge in New York has set the trial of former President Trump's hush money case for April 15th. Trump's lawyers had asked to postpone the original date after a last-minute document dump. Prosecutors say only a handful of the documents are relevant to the case. The judge told defense lawyers they should have acted sooner if they did not have all the records they thought they were entitled to. The hush money case stems from a payment made to porn actress Stormy Daniels during Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. A total solar eclipse is set to cast a shadow across a large part of North America. New York Governor Kathy Hochul says her state has been preparing for the April 8th event for many months.
We are prepared to be in the sun and the limelight, and to make sure that we all do this in a smart, healthy way that people remember for generations to come.
Hochul says the eclipse will be great for tourism. It will start at sunrise over the Pacific Ocean across the U.S. from Texas to Maine. One popular destination to see the event is expected near Buffalo, New York. And NASA says a new app will help them figure out the actual shape of the sun during the eclipse. Researchers say they need people to download the Sun Sketcher app and record video of the total solar eclipse on April 8th. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Quantum ePay. The Dow is closing down 162. S&P 500 down 16. NASDAQ down 44.
Brought to you by Quantum ePay. Merchants who make the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just dial #250 on your cell and say keyword Quantum.
Southland weather's from KFI sunny and windy in some spots. Highs low to upper 60s for Metro, LA, the beaches in Ladosia and the IE. 60s to low 70s in the valleys. Mid-50s to around 60 in the high desert. Right now, 60 in Seal Beach, 64 in One Park, the same in Agora Hills, and it's also 64 in Sherman Oaks. We're going back to the 57 in Graham.
60 eastbound before Phillips Ranch Road, and an exit at 11 on left lane and the middle lane. And at Riverdale, 210 westbound near Roydale Avenue, got a crash block in the right lane, another car's in the bushes over on the shoulder. In Industry, 605 southbound connector to the eastbound 60, and over to Big Rig, there is blocking the ramp. And in Hollywood, 101 North and at Highland Avenue, that accident still blocking the right lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Norman.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
After 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation promised to make sure we never forget. Since then, it's been supporting America's heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Hook, who was killed in Iraq. Hook lived behind a pregnant fiancé who gave birth to a son he would never meet. Tunnel to Towers paid off the mortgage on their home. America's heroes need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to consider the scene the bride and groom.
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo. We lost track of time.
No, you can see them. The cash prices that even quicker than a guest registry.
In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
For free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Can be prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
John Cobell Show can't find AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app and on the radio from 1 until 4. And after 4 o'clock, it's John Cobell Show on demand, the podcast version, same as the radio show. In case you missed anything, we have much to cover today, but the moment's going to get crowded out because Steve Gregory has an exclusive story that he's breaking, and we're going to get him on the line here to talk about it because I have only a headline. I don't have any of the details. So, Steve, let us know what you have. Yeah, you remember about a week or so ago, I tipped you off that I was being told about a pending bust that was about to happen. And today was the day. I was out here around 6:45 this morning. I'm in West LA on Mapleton Drive. I'm in front of the home of P. Diddy, Sean Puffy Combs. And I'm told that he was taken into custody in somewhere on the East Coast. And as soon after that, a convoy of Bearcats, like SWAT vehicles, from the federal agencies, Homeland Security Investigations and other agencies, rolled up here to go in and search his house. Now, if you don't know, you might not know that P. Diddy's been involved in a series of accusations in the last couple of years involving the trafficking of minors for sex. And a lawsuit filed in December and another one, a separate one filed in February this year, alleged that Diddy actually procured these teenagers, both boys and girls, to have sex not only with him, but also with his friends. And I'm told by law enforcement services that today's raid on his property here on Mapleton Drive is directly related to that. Homeland Security is involved in this, but because it's what they consider a transnational crime or a transcontinental crime. So that means part of the allegations in these lawsuits is that Diddy would fly these underage kids on a private jet. So there's international travel potentially and or interstate travel, and that's where the feds get involved. Do you know what countries they were traveling from? That I don't know, but again, it could be all domestic. So once it's interstate like that, and it involves private transportation like that, then Homeland Security would actually be one of the agencies to investigate along with FBI. But HSI also specializes in trafficking. That's one of their primary focuses and goals is to make a dent in the trafficking, drug trafficking, sex trafficking, human trafficking. So it's pretty much right up their alley. Like I said, he's under arrest, and they are confiscating a lot of his possessions and records and computer files, I imagine. Is that still going on? Yeah, I mean, we literally rolled up on scene a few moments ago, and there was a bunch of those white panel vans that were lined up on the street here. We're facing sort of a northeasterly direction on Mapleton Drive. Those three Bearcats rolled up first, followed by probably 4 or 5 of those panel vans. And those vans presumably would include boxes and bags that they'll collect evidence with. A lot of electronic evidence in this case. Mapleton Drive, so this is Holmby Hills. Yeah, off of Sunset Boulevard, and this is where the Playboy estate. It used to be. There's a lot of money here, a lot of big homes, and the property is gated, but not the community that we came in, the direction we came in. A lot of big gates for access into driveways, but not a gated community per se. So we were able to get right up here, not as close as we could before LAPD shut it down for us to get any closer. But you can see, I'm looking at right now, members of the Homeland Security Investigations and SWAT team. They're decked out in the olive trap, flak vests, the ballistic vests, and their helmets. I got people with windbreakers that say HSI on the back of it, and they're near their Bearcats right now, and they've got people going into the property. This must be a pretty serious operation that they think Diddy was running. Well, he's going to get that kind of manpower and that much equipment. And from a federal agency. I mean, Homeland Security Investigations doesn't get involved unless it rises to this kind of a situation. A lot of times FBI handles most of the domestic stuff. HSI handles a lot of the transnational stuff. Well, that's why, based on my experience with Homeland Security Investigation, we don't know whether there's other countries, a la Jeffrey Epstein kind of stuff. Chris Brown has shades of Chris Brown in it, according to what the lawsuits are claiming anyway. There's no paperwork on these particular charges. No. This is fine. I mean, John, as soon as they got the green light that they had him in their sights and that they at least had approached him or taken him, that they got the green light here on the West Coast. And let me give you some backstory. Originally, when I was tipped off on this a week or so ago, they were surveilling him locally. I know that some law enforcement sources told me they had been surveilling him already here. It was their intention to take him into custody here in Los Angeles. But over the weekend, he took off by private plane and went back east. So they had to really reshift at the last second. They had to reshift their strategy. And they didn't even know if they were going to be able to pull this off today, but then they were able to mobilize a team back east. They were able to get off on his plane, get the bus planet, and then they were able to converge and at least get him into custody is what I'm told. So you are the first one in the world to have this, as far as I can tell, because I can't find any information on the internet now about him being arrested or this raid in his home in Holmby Hills. No, that's why I got there at 6:30 and 6:45 this morning, and he got late twice, so we stuck it out, we did. All right, Steve, when you find more out, let us know right away. We'll put you on a meeting. You got it. Excellent work. Steve Gregory, KFI News. And he did tell me a week ago that we had a tip. Homeland Security, he has a source there, said you might want to be available very early next week, Monday, Tuesday. I think originally scheduled to be a middle of the night raid on Diddy's home on Mapleton Drive. And as Steve just explained, Diddy took a private plane out to the East Coast, where he has been arrested, but his house is being raided by many law enforcement personnel from Homeland Security and other vacancies, and they have 3 Bearcats that have shown outside the property, and they're going to be confiscating a lot of stuff. This is Sean Diddy Combs. He's had various rap names: Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, and going back about 25 years, back in the late 90s, he had his first run of hit records. He was a record producer, record executive, and extremely well known and extremely successful. But in recent years, and this is dogged periodically, he's been the target of sexual lawsuits, civil suits, and now it looks like there's major criminal charges. It indicates that some kind of sex trafficking was going on. And by the amount of equipment and the amount of manpower, it must be quite an operation. They think he was running. He's in custody on the East Coast. No details as to where, but you heard it here first. Steve Rager, a worldwide exclusive on KFI. When we get more, we'll pass it along to you. Deborah Mark, live to KFI 24-hour news.
Former President Trump's hush money trial in New York will start April 15th. The New York Appeals Court has agreed to hold off collection of Trump's more than $454 million civil fraud judgment if he puts up $175 million within 10 days. The United Nations Security Council has demanded a ceasefire in Gaza during the Muslim holy month Ramadan. It's the first round to halt fighting. We are going to go to a crash on the 60 in Diamond Park.
60 eastbound. This is right before Phillips Range Road. They're trying to clear this round the left lane. I do still see a lot of slow coming away from 57. And in Korea, 57 southbound between Imperial Highway and Yorba Linda Boulevard, the southbound lanes are still shut down. They're making you get off the freeway by taking the shoulder, and you're getting off of Yorba Linda and get back on if you need to head southbound. But good news, 57 northbound right there at Imperial Highway. That earlier part of the crash has cleared. All the northbound lanes have been reopened. And in Hollywood, 101 northbound Highland Avenue, trying to clear that route from the white lane. KFI, the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Martin.
The college hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.DraftKings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
In your uncomfortable, your home is backed by industry-leading Linux equipment and expert technicians at Great Lakes Heating and Air Conditioning. Special savings opportunities and federal tax credits are available, so call 574-287-5046 or visit us online at greatlakesheating-ac.com/vehicles.
Okay, round 2. Name something that's not boring.
Laundry? Computer solitaire, huh?
Sorry, we were looking for Chumba Casino. That's right. ChumbaCasino.com is a rocket casino-style games. Join today and play for free for your chance to redeem some serious prizes. ChumbaCasino.com. Irresistible.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, results.com.
iHeartRadio, did you know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know, all you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio makes it incredibly easy to always be up to date on your favorite podcast? When you find a favorite, make sure to tap that follow button. Yep, just like on Instagram. So if you figure that out, you got this. Hit that follow and you'll get notifications as soon as new episodes drop. Your followed podcasts are collected in your library for instant access. And we'll download the latest episodes right to your phone so you don't have to stream them and you can listen offline without the internet. And you get all this for the low price of free. Yep. If you're looking for that great podcast experience, you don't need another app. We've got all that covered for you free with iHeartRadio. Number one for music, radio, and podcasting. All in one.
Especially in Spain, you want the cash. They need new directions to the Boston. That is the MTN. Wait a minute. I'm looking for Usually De Niro live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
John Covell Show, KFI Guinness is heard live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And if you're just joining us, Stephen Gregory just broke an exclusive story that Sean Puffy Combs, also known as Puff Daddy and P. Diddy, famous rap star, hip-hop executive, record producer, and he's in a lot of trouble. The Homeland Security was conducting a huge federal investigation. Fox 11 now has a helicopter over the scene, and they're on Diddy's property in Palm Beach Hills on Mapleton Drive, which is a very wealthy, exclusive area. It's where the Playboy Mansion used to be. And they're showing video now of guys looks like riot wearing helmets, and they're prowling all the properties. Huge estate, enormous home. It looks like a guest home also on the property. And they're searching the entire property looking for evidence about the sex trafficking case. Now, we are dealing with nothing but the raid here. The story is that Diddy fled to the East Coast on a private plane over the weekend. He may be in custody, but I want to clarify, not certain. Meantime, his property is completely taken over by a lot of scared animals like soldiers. This looks like a war invasion.
Any initial thoughts on the Puff Daddy raid? Question mark.
Whatever they think he did, it's got to be pretty serious and extensive. Trafficking girls and boys from other countries into the U.S. Looking, I don't want to mischaracterize anything, but do you have the Channel 11 in there? Does it look like they've got somebody handcuffed and they've got police circling him with guns pointed at him, just outside the property on one of the streets? There's a main mansion and 2 guest houses. And they've got somebody, a young man, standing with his hands behind his back, maybe handcuffed. It's hard to tell. I think Steve might be the only reporter on the ground. This is a helicopter shot. And it's they've got these Bearcats and tank-like vehicles and all this personnel wandering around outside and inside the property. He's had a series of lawsuits going back to, the most recent one was February 27th. It was filed in federal district court by a Rodney Jones Jr., also known as Lil Rock. He was working a while back on Sean Combs' Puff Daddy, P. Diddy's album. Jones said he was a producer of 9 of the album tracks, lived with him for months at a time. He claims that Combs grabbed his genitals without consent. He tried to group Jones and having sex with another man, told him it was a normal practice in the music industry, forced him to hire prostitutes and participate in sex acts with them, among other things. when the suit was filed. It looks like that demand was for $30 million. His story was at Mr. Cole's house in July 2023. He was forced to put shots of tequila laced with drugs. Jones said after he had a drink, he passed out and woke up at 4 the following morning naked with a sex worker sleeping next to him. Combs forced Jones to solicit sex workers and perform sex acts for the pleasure of Combs, and he was offered money and threatened with violence if he didn't cooperate. 73-page lawsuit filled with graphic details and photographs. Also named as defendants the Universal Music Group, which Combs briefly partnered with, and he claims he wasn't paid properly.
I think he should have been arrested for not putting out a decent song in 2 decades.
Safa Ventura, who was Combs' longtime girlfriend, accused him of rape and years of physical and sexual abuse in another detailed lawsuit. That suit was settled in a day. 3 other cases followed in quick succession, each alleging sexual assault. And last month there was a claim from a woman who said Combs gang raped her in 2003 when she was 17. So it's a lot of ugly news.
They broke that he was arrested on Los Angeles radio, and now they are saying it is just a raid on his house in Holmby Hills, and that he is detained allegedly on the East Coast. Period. Somebody is in handcuffs on camera, though. Period.
Just to recap, Stephen told me a week ago that his source from Homeland Security said there was going to be a big raid in West LA early next week, this week, and that they were going to alert Steve so he could have the exclusive, which he had the exclusive today. And look, we don't have any details about the criminal charges. We don't have it confirmed that P. Diddy has been taken into custody back east. It's possible, but we don't know for sure. And
Puff Daddy has that dog in him.
raid him early in the morning, maybe 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. And when Diddy got on his private plane and left, I don't know if he had advance word or that's just a coincidence. They had to change their tactics. And they started earlier this morning to invade the property, and it really does look like an invasion. So I can't imagine how extensive the case is. It's this much damage, and this much looks like military art. Really looks like they were prepared to go to war and hold those things. That's how they able to drive from Holmby Hills. Get you traveling in the area. All right, we've got more coming up, and Steve has further details. He'll join us. I think the quote that Steve passed along to me from somebody is TMZ is going to love this one. So it made me wonder all weekend who the big star was going to be that was getting nailed. Didn't walk live and can't find 24-hour news.
Federal SWAT team officials are raiding the home of Diddy in Holmby Hills. KFI Steve Gregory is live at the scene.
At around 1 o'clock this afternoon, a SWAT team with Homeland Security Investigations rolled up here at 200 South Mapleton Drive to search the home of Sean Diddy Combs. They are saying that it could be related to at least 2 lawsuits that have been filed against Combs in the last year, both alleging underage sex with minors and also sex trafficking. Homeland Security Investigations is an agency and offshoot of Homeland Security, and they specialize in investigating sex trafficking, drug trafficking, and human trafficking cases. They will not talk to us right now. We're hoping at any moment someone will come over and give us a statement about why they're here and what they hope to find. We're also told that Combs had flown to the East Coast over the weekend. They were expecting him to be here, and it's not clear yet whether or not he's in custody. Live in Holmby Hills, Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Striking workers have agreed to new tentative contracts at 34 hotels in the LA area.
Hotel workers represented by Unite Here Local 11 celebrated outside the Intercontinental Hotel in downtown LA. Union Co-President Kirk Peterson says the deal is worth $1 billion over nearly 4 years.
We don't want a one change
says there's been an alarming increase in child labor violations. ABC's Brian Clark says the department investigated nearly 1,000 cases just last year.
The Tennessee company that manufactures components for John Deere and Yamaha used child labor, and under a consent judgment will give back $1.5 billion in profit, pay the government nearly $300,000 in fines.
He says the company subjected 10 kids to oppressive child labor. The kids will be compensated with the return profits. The European Commission has opened investigations into Alphabet, Apple, and Meta over whether the companies are complying with new competition regulations.
Apple and Google are facing scrutiny for, among other things, anti-steering rules violations, which big tech firms use to prevent developers from telling users about cheaper versions of their products.
ABC's Mike Dubusky says Meta is under investigation for its new ad-free subscription models for the European version of Facebook and Instagram. He says the investigations come less than 3 weeks after Europe's Digital Markets Act took effect. We will go to the 605 next.
If you're looking to sell your home, you get seller's advantage. They'll make you a cash offer, and there's no need for repairs. They buy with $396. There's no agents. They close in days. They buy with cash right off the lot. They might even offer a $10,000 advance to help you with moving. Check out the reviews online or call for no obligation offer. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-2747. Sellersadvantage.com. TRE number 0196. 1658.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny and windy in some areas. Highs low to upper 60s for Metro LA. The beaches in Lindosi and the IE. 60s to low 70s in the valleys. Mid 50s to around 60 in the high desert. Right now 63 in Laguna Woods. A 60 Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to a crash on the 605 in Industry.
So on the 605 southbound connector to the eastbound 68 overturned a big rig as that connector, that transition completely blocked. And then on the 60 eastbound, right out the 605, an accident is blocking the 2 right lanes there. It is going to be stopped from San Gabriel Boulevard. In Hollywood, 101 northbound, right at Highland Avenue. Still trying to clear that wreck from the right lane. In Brea, 57 southbound, right to go on Imperial Highway, and all the southbound lanes are still shut down. From that earlier wreck, you're being taken off on the right shoulder. But the good news is 57 northbound, all the lanes are open there. And Grand Terrace, 215 southbound after Iowa Avenue. Then an exit blocking the left lane. KFI Moscato helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Marvin.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
In this week's Marketers Report, David Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Hello, it is Ryan, and I was in a flight the other day playing one of my favorite social spin slot games on ChumbaCasino.com. I looked over at the person sitting next to me, and you know what they're doing? They're also playing Chumba Casino. Coincidence? I think not. Everybody's loving having fun with it. Chumba Casino is home to hundreds of casino-style games that you can play for free anytime, anywhere, even at 30,000 feet. So sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com to claim your free welcome bonus. That's ChumbaCasino.com and live the Chumba life.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from a library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
There it is. Opening for the ages.
Tiger Woods is one of our most awe-inspiring sports icons. A reflection in a lot of ways of America's history, its values, and ideals.
One American Indian mothers have tried for Chinese and Puerto Rico. So, that's why you are America. So, yeah.
Tiger has been world famous for decades, and his story, it comes with many chapters, groundbreaking achievements.
Tiger Woods is the one USA British champion in history.
A shocking fall from grace.
I'm deeply sorry for my irresponsible and selfish behavior.
He was all about everything, and now he's at the bottom of the river.
And of course, what many believe is the greatest sports comeback of all time.
Any talent we've ever seen. There it is.
But few people have really gotten to know Tiger.
And winning is kind of lonely. I knew we had to keep the world at bay.
It's largely been left to the media to tell his story.
For a remarkable start, what promises to be a remarkable career. Tiger Woods doesn't just play golf, he is golf. He's like another Gandhi. That's in the history of golf. There's no question in my mind.
I'm Tiger Woods. I'm Tiger Woods. I'm Tiger Woods.
This is All American, a new series from Stitcher, hosted by me, Jordan Bell. And this season, with the help of journalist Apple Chen, we're asking,
What if the story of Tiger Woods that the media has been telling, what if it's been completely wrong?
All American Tiger. Look out for episodes every Thursday, wherever you listen to podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
At 5 a.m. 6:40.
The news, what it means, why it matters. John Cobalt Show can't find AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app on from 1 to 4 and then 4 o'clock. John Cobalt Show on demand. And Steve Gregory could break in at any moment with his more details on what's going on in Holmby Hills, which is on the west side of LA near Westwood, off Sunset Boulevard near Holmby Park. It's the neighborhood famous for the Spelling Mansion, Playboy Mansion, and P. Diddy lives there. Sean Puffy Combs, known as Puff Daddy P. Diddy, a variety of rap star names. He was not only a huge rap star, but record producer, record executive, and extremely wealthy. And the feds are indicating that he had a huge sex trafficking operation going on. And they have a massive raid going on his property. A lot of personnel, Bearcats, all kinds of law enforcement vehicles. It looks as if they have two people in custody. Diddy was supposed to be arrested this morning. He is allegedly on the East Coast, took a private plane out there over the weekend. Again, don't know if he got tipped off or if that's a coincidence. And the story going around is he had a human smuggling operation, sex trafficking operation, possibly bringing in young boys and girls from other countries. Again, there's no paperwork on this. There's no formal charges. It's just what Steve is piecing together from his sources. And he is there live at the moment. And he has the absolute worldwide exclusive. And we will bring you more as time goes on. Down at 2 o'clock, two things are happening. At 2:45, Shohei Ohtani is supposed to speak. And we'll carry that live. He may just be reading a statement, and this is about the gambling scheme that's engulfed his interpreter, Mizahara, and Ohtani. Now, you probably know the story by now. If you don't, you probably don't care. But Mizahara had a bad gambling problem, and he ran up $4.5 million in debts. And ESPN saw a number of wire transfers from Ohtani's in Orange County. Wire transfers involving that much money, you would think Ohtani had to know. So there's really three possibilities. I doubt that Ohtani is
he's going to speak to any of the three. Well, he's going to deny one outright, I'm sure. But number one possibility is that Muzahara somehow had access to Otani's bank accounts and was able to take out $4.5 million without anybody noticing, which is really hard to believe. Possibility number two, which I think is most likely, is that Otani willingly was covering Mizahara's gambling rights because they were such close friends. That's understandable, and I think most plausible. Third, that Otani actually ran up the debt, so Mizahara is taking the fall for it. That seems likely. So, I don't know if he's going to add anything of substance. I don't know if he's going to translate for me. Remember that at 2:45, assuming it's on time, all this stuff dates back to his injuries. I think the Dodgers are probably as blindsided as anyone when this story broke last week. Okay, so that's a little over an hour now. Another big story happening today that at the last minute, Donald Trump got a break from a 5-judge appeals court panel. Instead of putting up, it really was going to be about $540 million of bond that he was going to have to put up until his case is heard on appeal. This appeals court reduced it to $175 million, so it was cut by almost 2/3. And he's got 10 days to come up with the money, and Trump seems to be okay with that. He said he'll be honored to post it. We'll post what is necessary, whether it be cash, security, or bond. Because it's a $454 million judgment, and we'll review the details of it in just a second. But there was about $90 million in interest that had accrued already. And I think there's $112,000 in interest a day. And he had 30 days to put up the money. Today was the 30th day. And if you keep track of this case, there's a hullabaloo as to how he was going to get that cash because, well, he is worth probably $2.5 billion. It's almost all of it's tied up in hard fiscal assets, real estate, buildings, land, things of that nature. Not easy to liquidate. And it's hard to get somebody to put up a bond for you if your collateral is expensive office towers in New York. It's difficult to on short notice at least, come up with a proper value of the building. And right now, the New York real estate market, like most big cities, office real estate market is a complete shambles because there's so much vacant office space that it's hard to say what anything is worth. However, having said all of that, the whole thing is preposterous because it's always difficult to talk about this because there are people who feel Trump has been wrong, and then there are people who start spitting blood when they hear his name and want only the worst possible things to happen. And too many people don't behave rationally and don't think rationally around Trump. But I still try to. And here's the facts that I see. He did inflate his assets when he applied for loans and applied for insurance. But as far as I see, and this is borne out in the court trial, the banks did their own due diligence on what his properties were worth and gave him the money. And he paid it all back with interest. And they were happy. There is no victim in this crime. Not the banks, not the insurance companies. Anyone that he misrepresented the worth of his properties to, these entities can easily nobody's ever been charged in a case like this. In fact, nobody in New York State has ever been charged under this law in a victimless crime. This is supposed to be when people get scammed by a business. No one got scammed here, and the banks and the insurance companies were always in complete control because the banks have the money. They don't have to lend it out. a small fine. There is an Eighth Amendment that guards against excessive fines. That's the Constitution. And in fact, Ruth Bader Ginsburg a few years ago, there was a case, and she said explicitly that Eighth Amendment to protect people from excessive fines is extremely important, because otherwise you could get fined simply because the government doesn't like what you have to say. They wanted Trump claimed the only cash he had earmarked for spending in his campaign, and it was clearly interference by the Biden administration and the Justice Department into his ability to pay for his campaign. And it's hard not to agree with him. So if you want to charge him with really a very violent, benign case of fraud and fine him a relatively small amount of money, that would be fair game. But $500 million and put it out in a bond war, you lose your buildings, you lose your towers. Now, I don't think anybody wants to live under a government like that. That's Soviet Union stuff. And you wouldn't want any of your political favorites. You wouldn't want anyone in your family or your business to be treated like this by the government. There is such a thing as due process, and if after, he didn't even get a chance to file all the appeals. So it was really something that has never happened in America. It's really garbage. This really is a political attack to try to destroy him before he runs for president, because they're afraid he's going to win. And this might ensure that he's going to win. And we're going to talk at 2 o'clock more about this. In fact, we're going to talk with Peter Charalampos, and he's going to give us some more information. All right, let's get to Deborah Mark live in the KFI 24-hour news.
Federal SWAT team officials are raiding the home of rapper Diddy in Holmby Hills. A teenage girl has fatally shot herself at the deputy's gun in the city of industry. Boeing CEO and 2 other senior executives are stepping down because of all the safety issues with the company's planes. Southland weather from KFI, sunny, windy in some spots, in the 60s to low 70s. This report brought to you by Lowe's from the Southern California Toyota dealers. Traffic center, let's go. Places to quick will crash on the 215 in Grand Terrace. Southbound Lafayette Island, left lane still blocked with that accident. Slow approach around 57 southbound between Imperial Island and Dorland Boulevard. Southbound lanes are all shut down. You get by over on the shoulder. The northbound lanes have been reopened up. Also in District 60 eastbound right at the 605, and an accident blocking the 2 right lanes. And the 605 south connector to the 60 east is going to be blocked and return to Big Rig. KFI the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jane Harlan.
All right, Steve Berger has more information on the P. Diddy raid in West LA. Let's have one right now. I just told a few moments ago that Diddy's sons were in the house here on Mapleton Drive, and at least 2 of the 3 that were taken into custody, or at least handcuffed and off to the side, 2 of them were Diddy's sons. And we're also told that simultaneously while this raid was going on, they were also raiding Holmes' Miami property, his compound there in Miami, and it's possible they were raiding something else. What they call law enforcement actions is part of an ongoing investigation with assistance from HSI Los Angeles, HSI Miami, and local law enforcement